The search for stories is on, out there, in your world. So
alrighty. That's on. Let's change this lighting a little. This lighting a little. Okay. Didn't work as intended. Alright. My frog is here to show that camera view. And this camera view is a ducky. And you cannot see the ducky. Okay. And the ducky is in the middle. Great. Okay, so this is live. And title. Add title. No. Title. Add title. No. Piece of shit. Title. Add title. Smushed. Squirrel. Where's the cue? Skinning. Period, space. Gross. Butt. Add title. And go live. Okay, so now I've got both of my views set up. My friendly frog is here for my friendly Twitch appropriate view, and my cool shade ducky is on this other view for stuff that Twitch doesn't like as much. There, so we should be good. Should be fine. Make it my stoof. Oh, I should probably get water and paper towels too. Now that I'm looking around. So, yep, okay, water and paper towels. Froggy can hang out with my water. Bunch of paper towels. Actually, let's have wood shavings. I will probably want wood shavings. Oh, hey, Meganura. Yeah, it's my hot tub stream, obviously. Oh, thank you very much. Starting off my stream with a subscribe is a giant boost, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. I guess the system's not being as dumb this time, because you were saying you couldn't do that when you were on before. My table set up a little bit better here. Over here. Oh. Yeah, so Meganura, hypothetically, you won't feel the need to switch camera views, because Friendly Froggy here is my camera view for the not gross and not as gross stuff, whereas my Instagram view is my gross stuff. So we'll see how that goes. I think this is the subscription that loaded while I was out. Oh, nice. Okay, I'll take it. So yeah, Froggy is here because I probably will still like show things over here, but this way I'm warning people before I do, and you know, in the meantime, the Froggy is here. Maybe I can draw him a little hot tub, and then we could. No, I shouldn't relabel it as a hot tub stream. I actually think I'd prefer having it listed as a science stream. But I could give him a little hot tub, though. I can actually literally just get him a bowl of water. It is a bath toy. It used to light up. I've been kind of considering cutting through the seal and replacing the battery. This actually used to belong to Lelania. It was one of her little desk toys, and it got really gross. It got some sort of chemical splattered on it. And when she was cleaning her desk at one point, she was going to get rid of it. And I was like, oh, no, give it to me. So I managed to, maybe it was just vinegar, some mild acid. Got the chemical splatter off without ruining the paint. Is she still playing with otters? Ooh, Lelania? I hope so, I don't know. She does help with that run rescue, although she's going to be moving any day now to Ohio. So, anyway, that's for a different thing, but... you're thinking of Jamie, possibly? Jamie gets to play with otters? No, Lelania is just leaving, and she's actually going to be a teacher in Ohio. But I think you're thinking of Jamie. But Jamie is also a rad human being, so... Okay. So yeah, this is my primary workspace, and you'll kind of be able to see my workspace in my camera view here. Maybe I should move this up. There. So that way that this view is off, but you'll be able to see me messing with stuff. And then Froggy view here. Just remember a lot of people leaving at once. Yeah. And that's happening again. Anyway, moving on swiftly. Just, out. Man, yeah, so I have a disgusting smushed squirrel, so my friendly ducky is going to move to the side here and not be part of this stream, because I actually want my friendly ducky to remain, you know, clean. I just placed a, hey Tommy Turner, how's it going? I just placed a big Amazon order, so I've got more gloves coming from a different brand, which hopefully I'll like a little bit better. More scalpel blades, just a whole bunch of stuff. Finally, mothballs for my storage bins of finished taxidermy. So I just, like, I went through all the... You ever do the thing where you make more than one list and then you have to consolidate lists? That might just be me. But I had to go through and, like, find all of my disparate lists of things that I wanted to get and then just, like, Amazoned it. And I think part of it is I actually prefer supporting local businesses and going out and getting things from people in my neighborhood. But sometimes you just gotta Amazon it. Just push the button, make it happen, you know? And that's where we're at. Okay. And it looks like so far nobody's on Instagram. Meganura, actually, how long are you planning on being on? Because I think you're my one and only mod. Thank you, because that's what I was going to lead towards. If you can share the Instagram occasionally, I might almost want to, like, write a chat command for, like... Okay, I'll do this after this stream, but remind me to do this. I want to create a new chat command for... Do you want to see the gross stuff? Check it out on the Instagram Live, or something like that. So that's a not right now project. So, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and unpack this squirrel, and y'all can continue to look at the adorable frog. Yeah, Megan, or if you want to slap something together and, yeah, give me a mock-up, put it on the dock. Thanks for being my mod. I continue to very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. Alright, let's see what kind of bad condition this squirrel is in. Oh, that head is smushed. That is a smushed squirrel. Alright. So, some of these specimens I don't remember exactly where I got them from. I don't think this is a smushed squirrel that I found. I think this was given to me by someone else. Tommy, so I have a roadkill squirrel with an obviously flat head. Ooh, very freezer burned. I don't think this was mine. I think I got this from secondhand from somebody else. For one thing, I wouldn't have put it in that plastic bag. So I will show you guys the squirrel. Ready? Here it comes. There it is. Smushed squirrel. So this squirrel was hit by a car. It's still partly frozen, which is why it's extra stiff. I think I remember who gave this to me. So it's pretty messed up. The head is obviously destroyed. And so the question is going to be, can I get a decent skin off of this? And so part of what I'm going to be doing on this is actually trying to do the new kind of skinning technique. Oh, which has a name which I've forgotten. Nuts. Anyway, you cut along the bottom legs. And so if you want to see this view, you have to check out my Instagram. Because this is the sort of thing that Twitch decided to suspend me about because someone complained about it being too gross. So my answer to that is I can show you guys occasional stuff here while I'm working on it, but the actual main action will be over here on my Instagram. Because Instagram is not as uptight about that weird stuff. Okay. So the big thing that is different here is I'm used to unzipping the skin from right down the main center line. And what I've learned recently from Alice Markham is doing this bottom cut so you kind of turn the whole dude inside out. So I'm going to be trying to do that again. Oh, and that has a name that I have forgotten. I'll have to look it up. I'll look it up when I'm not touching a bunch of dead squirrel. Alright, kiddo. I think this is the juvenile male. It's definitely a, Hey, digital train! Hola! Is that what are you doing? Como is what? Baz do. Or going to do? How are you? Nuts! Nuts. Okay, see, I told you your English is better than my Spanish. You continue to be far better than I am. Things are well. How are you? So I am currently skinning a squirrel, so I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. I'll put it over here by my froggy, so anybody who doesn't want to see the dead squirrel, don't look at the frog. And so here's my dead squirrel, and I'm going to be cutting along here to start skinning it. So, oh hey, Furniture, how's it going? So yeah, so if anybody wants to see the actual skinning, you have to go to my Instagram. Thank you, Meganura. If you don't want to see that, then stay where you are. Yeah, Dave M84, hit by a car. Classic. Its head is very smushed. Yeah, so gross stuff on Instagram if you're interested in the gross stuff. Otherwise, I'll put things over here by our friendly froggy occasionally. But oh, there's some head there. Move that back. But I'm mostly keeping it over here on the Instagram. So I'm just gonna get started since you guys can't see what I'm doing anyway, so get that rolling. Oh, this is so different cutting down here. So this is the new technique that I only recently learned. I'd heard about it before this, but oh, you don't like the part that I'm cutting? Sure. Well, I'm happy to say that the squirrel doesn't care either way. Very, very different from my other technique. And the other way where I cut it right down the center is still what I'm teaching in my classes, but that's because it's so much easier for people who are new. It gives you a lot more space, you can see what you're doing. So, no, Furniture, I actually just posted about this on my Discord if you want to go over there and look. I was given a 7-day suspension. They completely closed my account. I couldn't do anything. Because somebody flagged my channel for gore. So, and the stuff that they cited me on is not listed in the TOS or the community guidelines, which I thought was pretty crappy. So, yep, so if you want to read the full suspension letter, it is on my Discord. I just got that up there today. But yeah, I'm salty about it. I'm pretty salty about it. I don't think that was very cool. And so now I'm over here, and then, okay, if anybody If anybody on Instagram has questions, I'm going to be looking at the chat on Instagram less often, but just repeat yourself or otherwise flag me down if I don't seem to notice you. So mostly who I'm talking to are the people on Twitch, because the chat's easier for me to see, but I will be trying to stay up on Instagram as well if anybody over there has questions. So, oh yeah, no, furniture, I agree. This is educational. It's clearly labeled. It's not really any worse than a cooking channel. Yeah, so I'm pretty salty about it. And that's one of those things where they can make whatever rules they want, but yeah. Oh yeah, no, Tommy Turner, you people are definitely my favorite. Sorry, Instagram. But yeah. But hey, you know, I'm working with the system, right? I'll still show you guys updates. If anybody would like to see anything specific, I'll post it around. Okay, Digital Train, thank you very much for the lurk. Yeah, so that's why you're mostly looking at my elbow and this very friendly frog. Because the squirrel is over here. And yeah. Yes, Digital Train. The Argentinian person is Jiggly Enough, is the name. I thought mate as in friend. Mate, yes. So you're gonna go have some mate? Sorry, I have to jump between languages. Yeah, furniture, I'm not happy about that. The 13K fake followers came back when they closed my account and then restarted it. So I think they have like a flash of my old account or something. So, yeah, hopefully that will go away again. Yeah, Dave, there's a reason why I don't usually use Instagram as my primary, but I don't have a ton of options. Yeah. It's one of those weird deals where, like, Twitch is... I really like the setup of Twitch. I like how the site works. I like the community. And so I'm incentivized to stick with it, but I have very specific things I want to be able to do. And this is really hard to kind of have to toe that line. Find a way to show what I want to show, but not step on other sites' community guidelines. And I've tried Instagram Live and I've tried Facebook Live in addition to the Twitch, and I definitely prefer Instagram over Facebook. I have not yet tried YouTube. So. And again, anybody over here, if you guys have questions on Instagram, let me know. Ooh, what did I nick? Sorry, I just had some bubbling. No one likes bubbling. I think this is a really young male. I think I'm looking at undescended testicles. Yeah, this is a very young male squirrel. Meganer, I think you had asked about that earlier. Is Discord squeamish about this stuff? I don't know what Discord's rules are. Like, Meganer, you might have seen on the Discord, we now have a Vulture Culture channel, with the big old not safe for work warning and things like that. But streaming it on Discord is kind of difficult, and I haven't played around with that. Okay. You love hate that channel. Yeah, but at least you know ahead of time. That channel is there to give you all of the warning. Okay, yeah, this is a young male with undescended testicles. Non-scrotal testicles. So, if anybody's over here, these... I don't know what you guys can see very well. These are the undescended testicles. So this is a young enough male that his balls literally haven't dropped yet. So they're tucked up there. And I'm trying to keep those intact as I skin around them. Just because No reason to hack and slash. I would rather do a good job. Of course, okay for streaming, doesn't have any chat. Oh, interesting. Hey, Oxard, how's it going? So for anybody just popping on, if you want to see the squirrel that I'm working on, you have to go check out my Instagram. That is correct. The camera is not on the work, it's on this adorable frog, because I have my really gross stuff over here on Instagram. So that is absolutely correct. So I can show things off occasionally, such as there's the squirrel. But in order to try and not step on the gore train, I guess, I'm dual streaming so that the gross content is not on Twitch and they can't be mad at me. I'm sure they'll find something else to be mad at me about, but I'll keep my science somewhere at least. I'm still doing the science. Man, so doing this method on this squirrel is so weird, because it basically means I'm skinning his penis before anything else, and that feels strange. But anyway. I would have gotten to this part anyway, it's just kind of weird to have that be, like, first and foremost. But yeah, this is a eastern gray squirrel that was hit by a car and a friend of mine found and gave to me. And so it's a little freezer burned, but not too bad. And I'm trying this bottom incision method, which I'm still pretty new at. So this is a skinning method that I usually don't do. I usually just do a big incision down the middle. So case skinning, thank you, Tommy Turner, finding the term. Thank you. I completely blanked on that. Yes, case skinning. Oh, Xrd, you're not on Instagram. Sorry. Uppenzall, yeah. You do what you can, right? You should start all Project Penis first. Not wrong. That applies to a weird number of things. But yeah, so for anybody who's not on Instagram, I'm really sorry. I haven't found a great way to do this otherwise yet. I will probably upload both of these VODs to YouTube at some point. There we go. I have freed the penis. Don't worry, the dialogue is still great on both channels. Alright, so that's that bottom incision. How did I get... Okay, there were 2 incisions here, I remember. I think the other one's on the other side of the anus. I think. Eminently clippable. Penile freedom, everybody. Probably something else that's in the TOS. Somehow more sinister that you can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, like, and it's kind of dumb. I don't know. So, and I'm at the point now where, like, I don't think I can show you this, squirrely whirly junk at this point. Like, I can't bring it over. So, like, there's his tail. But, yeah, I don't know. So, that's what we're doing. But I'm up for ideas. This is the best idea I have so far about how I can continue to do my work and be on Twitch, but not be running afoul of what's apparently a secret rule on gore that is not posted anywhere. So, if anybody has any other thoughts, I'm up for it. I think I have this tagged as educational, right? Did I remember to put that tag on? No, I didn't. Here, hold on. I'll just watch this afterward. Edit stream info. Search tag. Educational. I don't think I've missed any other ones. Permadeath, animals, IRL, creative. I think that's everything. Done. Alright, I've updated. Add education. Okay. What Discord channel is the Twitch email in? Sorry, Meganar. I put it under announcements. So I put the letter over in the announcements channel, because that's where I'd always planned on putting it, and then I've just been a slacker about actually editing it so my personal contact information wasn't splashed all over it. Because as much as I love you people, you know, you take that stuff out. Yeah, it just went up today. Oop, just cut through that thigh muscle. Doesn't matter. Okay, so I think the tail you cut through just over here. I almost don't know why. Yeah, okay, so I think... under there. I think this is where I wanted to do the other little incision so I can do the tail. Yeah, okay, now I'm remembering this. I got this. Don't take my comment as a genuine criticism. I think you're doing great under the circumstances. No, but I do want feedback, so thanks for the clarification, but up for it. Yes, Dave, you do. It's not more gore than girl streamers. I know, like, and apparently people who do fishing streams gut the fish, so they are killing the animal on stream and ripping its guts out. And that's okay, but I got flagged for gore. Yeah, so I'm salty about the whole thing. If you want to go at Twitter about or Twitch about it, I have posted the pictures of this on my Twitter as well. You can find me on Twitter, it's just Glorgana. And if you want to like retweet it at Twitch and be like, what the hey man, then that is available. I'd say go for it. Because it's dumb. I think someone is just like, oh, the poor little animal, and not asking for any context. Because, like, I will agree with you. I'm sad the little animal is dead. I think it's too bad. I don't like having them be dead. But if they're going to be dead anyway, let's science them. Fish are plants. You're a vegetarian, you know this. Fish is part of vegetarianism. Fish are plants. Yeah, no, it torques me off. So I'm salty about it. So if anybody wants to do any cheers with bits, there is literally a bit thing that's a container of salt, which cracks me up. That's why you love when you get served fish? Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, no, people are weird about that. Yeah, fish are plants, obviously. Like, no, dog, that's an animal. It thinks, it feels. There's sustainable ways of harvesting it that not everybody does. Like, there's a lot to talk about with fish. Pufferfish are, like, intelligent puppies. Like, if you ever see one in an aquarium, they're ridiculous. Yeah, salt, right? Yeah, no, I got feels. I got feels about the whole thing. Oh well. Anyway. Well, the good news is I'm working on this squirrel. This actually seems to be going okay. So, the case incision is still new to me, but I feel like I'm doing alright. It's also a little dry. I can tell the freezer burn... Well, it's both still slightly partly frozen, and I can tell there's some freezer burn, so I've got to deal with that. I think I actually want to go farther down for the incision. But thank you, Dave. Thank you. Thank you for taking my obvious solicitation for bits. That's true. And then, again, for anybody on Instagram, you can find on my About page, I have a link tree up that has information about my Twitch channel. So if you want to look me up on Twitch, you can't see this stuff on Twitch because of all the stuff I've been talking about here, but the dialogue is over there pretty well, and I do show a lot of stuff on that channel, but heads up. Squirrel time! Yeah. No, I'm trying out moths per hour. I'm trying to do this to stay within, apparently, the secret guidelines about how gore works on Twitch, so... moths per hour, I think we talked about this. If you're on Instagram, you can see me doing the squirrel on Instagram. So again, for everybody who's interested, I'm going to show the squirrel's face on Twitch. You ready? Blip. So yeah, hit by a car, very flat. So I'm working on it over on Instagram. And it's interesting because Twitch does have a terms of service thing that you have to sign when you become a affiliate, which says that Twitch basically has exclusive rights to your content for 24 hours after you initially stream it. But I'm not. Hey, not here. How's it going? The stuff that's being shown on my Instagram is a completely different feed, so I'm pretty sure that I'm exempt from that, especially because they don't want that content anyway. So I've tried not to have overlap between the two streams. Ooh, I haven't seen that cheer emote before. Thank you for the bits. That's awesome. Ooh, yeah, I like that new one. Okay, so let me see if I can... I really want to get at least one leg out. I am so not used to this case incision. Learn new things. Try new stuff. And that's a nice thing with these smushed squirrels is this is a no data specimen. You know, I'm not doing this for any scientific use. And I don't even know how well it's going to come out because of the roadkill status and the fact that it's a secondhand squirrel. But it's good for me to practice on. I'm glad to be getting better at this technique. So, you know, it's good for that. Doing the best I can. And personally, I think that if anybody on Twitch asks me a specific thing, can we see the blah blah blah? Ooh, Meganura, that's another good one. Yeah, bring on the sassy bits, people. I love the fact that there's sassy cheer motes. Hey, happiness floats. Squirrel. Yep. Yeah, so I'm doing the dual stream where I've got Twitch over there, and then the gross over here. Like my case incision, I'm trying to get better at this. So stuff that you people on Twitch can't see, I'm doing a very good job. And like I did the skull cleaning on Twitch the other day because I just feel like the skull cleaning like is so divorced from everything that I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but who freaking knows? I didn't think the other stuff was gonna be a problem. But figure skinning an entire squirrel is enough like skinning the rat, which is where I got dinked before. That, I'm gonna stick with this. So happiness float, something I've been trying to do is I use the specific screen names on each side, so I will continue to refer to you by this screen name unless you have a preference over here on Instagram. Yeah, just working through. So this is my second to last squirrel, and this one is a secondhand squirrel that I got from somebody else. I do have at least one squirrel that I picked up on my own, but I decided to do this one because it wasn't packaged as well and it's very small. You like the secret gross side? Good, good. Doing what we can here. Out of curiosity, yeah, so over on Instagram we've got 3 people. And something, I'm trying to do the cultural thing too with Instagram versus Twitch. On Instagram, it tells you when somebody pops onto your channel, so it says their name, so you can't lurk. Whereas on Twitch, you can lurk. And so what I've been doing is actually not saying hi to people when they pop onto my Instagram. Okay, that's cool. Because that way, people don't feel pulled out. Are we charging for no reason, or is it just because I'm great? You mean the cheer motes? So we were talking about, because I'm doing the dual stream, so I've got Instagram over here. That there's actually some of the icons for cheering that are kind of negative, or like one of them is literally salt, so you can be salty about it. And so, yeah, I'm soliciting bits by encouraging people to use the sassier cheer emotes. Yep. Some face bleeding going on. This squirrel's face is so flat. It's gonna be a problem. Your little bloody nose, little friend. Let's see. It's funny when you respond to something from a comment on Twitch and I have to remind myself that I can't see their comments. Yeah, and that is, of course, a bad thing about doing the 2 sides is, you know, you lose the benefits of the chat. And I think the chat are a really strong reason why live streaming is so cool. Hey, not here. There it is. Beating hearts, so gory. But yeah, so, and Happiness Floats, Dave M84 was actually saying that Instagram's a little annoying because you can't mute it or something, so I don't know if you can, like, have the gore stream up, but then see my other... Hey, Opazal, thank you! Yeah, no, bring on the pennies, but just because it's funny, and I love those cheer emotes. Like, that salt emote I have abused on other people's channels. It's great. I'm like, have 3 bits because you are being salty, and I love it. So, this is me supporting the use of that particular one. Ooh, not here. There's a good one. Oh man, yeah, the face is starting to warm up, so the squirrel's looking a bit funky. Funky squirrel. Okay, so... gotta get over that heel. There we go. I'm blanking now on how far down I go with this skinning. I might just cut the foot off at the ankle and then go back to it later. Although it's coming off pretty nicely. Teaching people how to skin mammal feet is a nightmare, because we would do that for our research specimens, and it was a pain. Hey, Oxard! There you go. Yeah, how do I mute it? I actually don't know. Can't mute it, and it won't minimize to a tiny screen. Wow. Should I go back to Twitch just for that? I'm on lunch, and being able to do the other stuff on my phone while listening. Yeah, see, that's a bad setup. So, this might not work. I might have to figure out YouTube, because I'm pretty sure you can do all that normal stuff with YouTube. Instagram has a lot of really weird, finicky things like that. I don't get it. I mean, anything that's part of the Facebook family is instantly suspect. Ooh, Dave, I do like those emotes. Kelvin says you are making a frog. He's quite excited. Yeah, I figured that the charismatic frog filling in this camera space so I could show you guys things occasionally, but the rest of the time there's an adorable frog. I'm glad to know that Calvin agrees. What's the plan for mounting this little dude? I hadn't gotten that far yet, partially because I didn't know how well the skin was going to come out. My mouse last week was decomposing, and so I ended up having to change all my plans. So I really want to see how the squirrel comes out. You know, so if it's a nice one, then I'll probably do like a nice life mount. But, alright, Clara, now you're over there, great. Yeah, so I think, ideally, I'm going to tan the skin and then fully mount it. But if any of those steps don't work out, then, you know, we'll go from there. Oh, Dave, nice! So you can have your own emotes mixed in with the cheer mote. Love it. Thank you, everybody, for giving into my nefarious plan for begging for bits. I appreciate you all. So yeah, maybe the Instagram thing isn't gonna work. You know, I figured it's worth a shot. But I gotta try new stuff, basically, and that's part of my try here is, can I dual stream on there and have it be worth anything? The answer seems to be kind of no, but we'll continue to try. Frog is looking over everything. We'll smile. Yep. Do you not see the emote tag name? This is correct, I don't. I bet if I hovered over them, I could figure that out, but obviously I'm trying not to interact with my computer too much when my hands are this dirty. My next round of gloves, by the way, are going to be black. So I'm looking forward to those. Those will be fun. Squirrel. Nice. Alright. Squirrels have long hind feet. I'm still working on one hind foot, by the way. Miles per hour. Is it just me? Or has the frog seen some more? Yeah, it's a little vacant. Little bit vacant there. Ooh, Dave. Cake or possibly pie? Pudding. One way or the other. Okay, I think I've been just touching that side too much. Let me work on another area for a little bit here. Something I'm bad at is, especially when I get down to the finicky extremities, I hold on to them with my hot human hands, which can cause slippage and decomposition, and I really need to practice not fricking doing that. Let's see. There's a streamer called Squirrel. Oh, nice. All right. Oh, and for anybody who's been on during this conversation, the streamer formerly known as Mo the Bone Lady, their handle is now Odd Bone Mo. So that's, I keep totally not remembering the new screen name. Odd Bone Mo. Oh, the squirrel is nice and fresh, so if it does start slipping, I don't think it's because it was out in the open for too long. I think it's because my hands are too hot, so hopefully that means it won't, because I'll be so cool, pun now intended, retroactively intended, that I won't biff that. Let's see. Well, Clara, I really appreciate you popping on during your lunch. I actually got a, yeah, thank you for that. Go faster. Clara, shut up. I'm trying. This is a new, I'm not good at mammals, and this is a new style of incision. I'm trying. Gotta get my practice in. However, you are actually completely right. Dang it. Curse you and your total accuracy in this situation. Yeah, I have years and years of experience doing tiny little birds. These, like, medium-sized mammals. Nuts. Ah, okay, and then for anybody who might be recently tuning in, the happy frog here is because I can't show the skinning that I'm doing of this squirrel on Twitch. So over on here, I am on Instagram. So if you're interested in seeing the work I'm doing on this squirrel, I am over on Instagram. And if you want to continue to hear about it but not see that stuff, then stay on my Twitch. And you will see the tail flip by occasionally, but I'm pretty sure that the gore rules definitely cannot apply to that, because that would be beyond stupid. But I figured that for this stuff, because the thing they... Oh, wait. You see how Kate taught me to skin sometimes? She's so fast. Yes, I do. You're right, I do. Or if you want to get salty, yeah, throw me some salt bits. Dem salty bit. But yeah, no, my thing is birds. It's really weird to be working mostly on mammals these days, because it's not where my first love is. Love them birds. But, I don't know. Legal roadkill. Do what you can. And then, for anybody who is unaware of this, the reason why I'm not working on birds is most birds in the United States are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And so even if you do find a roadkill bird, or one that like ran into a window and died of its own accord, it is illegal for you to pick it up. So heads up for anybody who might have a robin or a sparrow in your freezer. There's a decent chance that is totally illegal. So please be aware of your local laws. Local, state, federal, all that sort of stuff. If you live outside the United States, I don't know what your laws are, but I recommend you look it up before you, pick up dead stuff. There may be a law. Make up for the week of banishment, right? Selling it wrong. It's an upgrade. Oh, all the chat. We get to see more of you. This is true. Yeah, you only have like 3 legal bird options: pigeons, starlings, and house sparrows, and house finches. But yeah, pretty much, and feral parrots. Yeah, Clara, I'm behind. I have the beginnings of some of the connections I was going to start doing for that, and I just haven't followed up on them. Because yeah, wow, doing a parrot would be cool. Been wondering. Yeah, so the feral parrots, absolutely. No, moths per hour. Actually, a lot of the game birds have really specific rules. That's something that Clara and I were talking about. Like pheasants, you have to get pheasants in season, and you cannot possess a female pheasant. Things like that. You send parrots over state lines. Yes? I'd have to imagine yes, actually? I will have to look that up. Yeah, see, moths per hour, it's thorny. We've really... Look, so if a bird is if it's a game bird, so let's say it's a duck, or a pheasant, and it was collected by a hunter with a valid license, they can give it to you as long as it has the licensing information to demonstrate that it was collected legally. But, you can't pick up a road-killed game bird if you don't have the license to say that you could have had it. Yeah. So there's a lot. There's them's rules, House finches are listed? Really? I thought house finches were European. I know purple finches are, That's crazy. Okay. Dave, bedtime. Okay, well, Dave, thanks for popping in. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for being fun. No, Migratory Bird Treaty Act is a America's and Russia and Japan thing. There we go. Thank you, Mega Neuroorca. So yeah, for anybody who wants to know about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, there it is. Might as well just go to the Fish and Wildlife page and read about it, because it'll tell you more than I can. Yeah, house finches. Did not know that. House finches are native to the west, invasive to the east. Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking. Okay, in that case it makes sense that they're listed. My bad. Okay, so don't pick up house finches. Why Europe doesn't follow... the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is for North American birds, or Americas, the birds of the Americas that travel between those countries, and so the act has to do with the countries who share bird populations, as instituted by the United States. And so Europe has less birds that would migrate to the United States, so if they want to have rules like that, that's up to them, but they wouldn't be part of the same treaty as the US, probably. Should they have something like that? I sure think so, because there's big problems with critters, being shot and killed in different countries and then destroying the population in other areas in Europe, but, to the best of my knowledge, that's not a thing. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the EU has certain types of restrictions, but I have not done the work to find out. So, take that as you will. Okay, I'm down to some toes. Where are you leaking, little friend? Anyway. So, on here, you guys can see toes. Actually, I bet I can show you toes. You guys want to see some weird toes? So, Happy Frog here, I'm going to be showing the squirrel's partially skinned foot over here by the Happy Frog, so be ready. So you can see, I've got the first knuckles out so far, which I'm pretty happy about. Mr. Frightful, because Europe already killed and ate everything worth protecting. Clara, someone once told me it's also because Europe has countries and the US has states. No, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is a federal law covering all states, but it's harder. No, because that's the thing. Part of the point of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is it's international. It covers Canada, Mexico, Japan, and Russia. And so that's kind of, yeah, zero blood, right? And so that's kind of my understanding of part of the point of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Oxnard Insta isn't worth it? Okay. I might not stick with the Instagram. Actually, Mr. Frightful, you've been on both. What do you think of having the two different streams? Is it worth it? Does it help? For people who are purely over on Twitch, is it working with just having me again, like, you can see a tail occasionally or things like that? Like, how's that working? Keep giving me the feedback. We gotta keep workshopping this. How could I keep doing my thing without some yahoo coming on and yelling about it again? Honestly, I would have preferred if they'd come on and yelled about it, because I'll talk to people. I'll explain what I'm doing, but just, like, popping in and, Meganero. Good, I'm glad. Yeah, because the person who reported me didn't say anything to me, and the citation is stuff that's not listed on the website, and it just ticks me off. I know I keep going on about it, I'm sorry. Kind of hard not to take it a little bit personal. I mean, Mr. Frightful, it helps me if my audience likes it. That's the helpful part. So if you as my audience thinks it's beneficial, cool. Otherwise, I might just keep this going. Stream to Discord on Twitch. Actually, we were talking about Discord. So Discord you can't chat on, but hypothetically people on my Discord would also be on my Twitch, since that might work. So I might try that next week. Europe's house cats killing native birds is especially so bad over there compared to the US. Yeah. It's got less stigma than OnlyFans. Yeah, OnlyFans is a little creepo. I'm with you on that. Yeah, no, I keep trying. You know, how do I make this work? Any thoughts, ideas, whatever. If people also want to drop any comments or noodling about that onto my Discord to, you know, what you liked about it, what you didn't, what do you think I could do in the future for this, feedback and opinions are welcome. So let me know. Because there's a few people still hanging out on Instagram, but not the same. And I will have the VODs, you know, so I'll put those on YouTube. I haven't cleaned up my YouTube channel, like, at all, so it exists and there's some garbage over there, but I have not done the work. Have not done the work. And I couldn't believe how much I did not like Facebook. The delay is an absolute gnarly beast. So, Meganera, all my love for your ska, beautiful people, but I don't think that's for me. So please tell Brian that I appreciated him. But the delay is such a monster. Because I really like talking to people. That's kind of my whole gig, you know? So. You only ever watch the edited videos on YouTube. Oh, and that's the other reason I haven't been big on YouTube, is I don't like video editing. I just don't have the attention for it. And so I feel like if you're uploading things to YouTube, you really should be cleaning it up, and I really don't want to. So I feel like I'll just have a bad YouTube. But, fine. At least the VODs will exist somewhere. Because Twitch did go back and delete all of my old stuff. They just cleaned all of my stuff. Alright, Clara, thanks for hanging out. Good luck with the rest of your day. Need to do some work. Need to build some video templates. Yeah. Because there's work. He's happy to tell you about it, but since you're not using the conference feature, he agreed it doesn't really make sense for your purposes. Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't tried the YouTube Live, and I really should pop onto that too. I don't know how YouTube feels about this sort of work. I think it's okay because I've watched lots of taxidermy videos over there. Hello, friend. Yeah, dat gory frog, right? Ojigami, hey! The squirrel was hit by a car. So the squirrel is very, very squished from being hit by a car. So you can see the tail over here, but I can't show the work I'm doing because my account was suspended for 7 days at the end of May because someone reported me for gore. So Friendly Frog here is filling in so I can show you guys updates as I'm working on it, but I'm actually doing most of my work on Instagram because, yeah. Yeah, I was mad. I'm still mad. Super salty. But yeah, it should be able to be salvaged. So the skull, I can tell, is crushed. So this squirrel died probably real fast after being hit by a car. So at least it didn't suffer. It's a young male eastern gray squirrel. Here, I can show you his face. It is a little bloody, so here, I'll cover that, I guess. You guys ready? So here's my little squirrely whirly. So yeah, his head was partially crushed. I can tell his cranium is pretty ruined. And so the internal structures are messed up, but actually the skin is nice, so it's kind of a bag of awful. But that means that I should be able to fully skin it and tan the skin. Should. We haven't gotten through enough to figure that out. Yeah. Yeah, and art and science. This is both the sculptural taxidermy, and I walk everybody through the processes and talk about the animals. We talk about conservation and law most of the time. So, no, I was, angry. Angry. So if anybody wants to see the full language of the suspension letter, I posted it on my Instagram and it's on my Discord. So if anybody's curious. Yeah, Mr. Frightful. Yeah, reported because offended. Yep, not here. Yeah, obviously, that's the only thing you can do, right? Just report me for everything. I mean, my shirt points out that everything dies, and this frog obviously looks really strange, so report me. YouTube obviously has gotten stricter. Yeah. I am worried about that. Yep. Dat salt icon, we are pouring on the salt tonight, evidently. This is where I'm rolling. Bring on the salt. So stupid. Yeah, all the cooking streams, people are cutting apart animal products and cooking them, but that's fine. Barbecue's okay, but this is not. Gutting fish on a fishing stream is okay, but this is not. Rar, 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 rar. So yeah, if anybody wants to talk to Twitch about it, you can see the content in the letter and make your own decisions. I did appeal it. I did. And they never responded to me. So. Gore Puller's bullshit, yeah. Shut down the cooking streams. Yeah. And the leather workers, yeah. So fishing, leather workers, cooking, and most video games. Everything in Resident Evil. Yeah. Rar, rar, rar. Rar, rar, rar. Rar, 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 rar. So, yeah. It's garbage. And I did appeal. I've gone through the mechanics, and they are ignoring me. So, the bones are not intact anymore. What are you going to do with them? I don't have beetles anyway, so I would probably just pitch them anyway. This is a juvenile squirrel, so the bones would be too small to keep. I might try to repair the skull. I do enjoy repairing skulls. But, here, I'll show you a foot. These little toe bones, so you can see I haven't got quite skinned out yet, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to hand clean this worth a damn. This is what you need the bugs to clean for you, so I would just throw them away. They spotlighted hot tub streams. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, hey, in more positive news, Meganura, would you be so kind as to do a shout out for OG Gumby, please? For anybody who has not popped over on that channel, they do all sorts of nice creative stuff. What is it? Specifically crochet, and have absolutely hands down the best nails on Twitch. So, Not here. How would a broken skull be repaired? Oh, you should see my stream where I'm working on my opossum. After you completely clean the fragments, I glue them back together. I also work in fossils, so putting together shattered bones and body fragments like that is something I'd love to do. Knitting, okay. Oh, you actually do your nails on stream? How do you do the 3D nails? I've missed that. I don't know how you do it, and they blow my mind every time. Like, every time I get on there, I'm like, oh, that's right, those are so cool! So, my thumbs are actually done really nicely right now, but you can't tell because I'm wearing gloves. Because, man, I don't have the patience for having too much stuff. Oh, no, you're great. Carry on. And, OG, I appreciate, or Gumby Garcia, or whatever you want to be called, I really appreciate the fact that you're a late streamer because of where you're located and everything, and getting your kids to bed, and so, like, I can often just chill out and lurk on your channel and listen in, and it's great. But yeah, hashtag best nails on Twitch. Oh, switch hands. But you guys can't see. Okay, I will switch hands though. I will, here, let's do the tail then. Yeah, we'll do the tail. Man! Okay. I was gonna stream last night, but I got the wicked flu. Ooh, whole family is sick. Oh, that sucks. Is it, like, the actual flu? Or, I mean, like, oh, I guess I shouldn't ask too many, like, personal questions because I don't actually want the answers. I'm sorry you guys are sick. I hope you feel better sooner. Yeah. No, and that's why the switch hands thing is kind of fun, so I'm going to try and do the tail now with my offhand. Oh my god. Glad I got this started. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. It's starting to go. So this is another one, too. I'm learning that you have to actually skin the whole tail instead of just degloving it, which is just not how I usually... Although I wanted to see if I could do a partial... Like, if I could deglove it and then do it the way I like doing it. I have a preferred way of skinning rodent tails. What can I say? I think it's actually flu because my kids got sick, too. When we got the virus, only you got sick. Okay, yeah. Well... That's still a bummer. It really doesn't matter what the pathogen is. Like, that just sucks. Hey, Pipe! Yep, the other half is on IG. Yeah, well, most of it. I'll let this show, because why not, right? I figure I can get away with a squirrel's tail, and I probably won't get flagged for gore. Rawr, 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 salt, salt, salt. Feel like poop, and I can't touch my yarn stuff until I'm way better. Oh, that sucks. Well, I hope this is distracting for you. Ooh, planting a terrarium. That sounds good. It looks fake. No, it's a very real tail. Oh, darn it, I switched hands back. I'm trying to currently skin the tail with switched hands, and I forgot. So I'll show you guys where I'm at on the tail. So, for everybody on the Happy Frog side of things, I'm gonna bring it over. So this is where I'm at. So there's the little butt, and I'm trying to slit along the tail here to get this all down. Okay, so I'm back to left-handed. Shoot. Okay. Okay, I see how I switched back, because I'm trying to also skin around the bone of the tail. Yeah, the switching hands has been interesting, because I do noticeably get better as I work on it, which has been pretty cool. So, teaching myself to be somewhat ambidextrous through the power of channel points. No, this one is a young male. Okay, so again, there's no blood, and so I'm gonna show you guys this dead squirrel's skinned nads. Is everybody ready? So please be warned, if you don't want to see dead squirrel skinned sexual components, look away. Alright, here we go. So this is the part I've skinned so far. So penis, and then these little friends here are the undescended testicles. So these are non-scrotal, but they, as the squirrel would age, they would travel down and pop out. But yeah, this is a young male. So that is its sex. Yeah, adult squirrels are not hard to sex. But, you know, young mammals are hard to sex. So. Yeah, and moths per hour, actually, a point of note on terminology. I have no idea what the squirrel's gender is, because gender is a social construct. So its sex is a young male. But gender is more of the social idea. So its prominent reproductive organs present as male. So, yeah. Oh, the foot's freezer burned. That's why this is being hard. I might have to give up on this. Yeah, Meganera busting out with the correct cheer motes. Happy Pride, y'all. And moth per hour, I used to say gender in situations with animals where it was appropriate to say sex because I felt it was more like socially acceptable. Like I didn't want to use things that I thought people might find offensive, so I was much more likely to swap that out. And I'm really trying to get out of that. I think there's a lot of good reasons that'll benefit human beings if I'm using the correct term when I'm talking about animals. So, yeah. And, like, I appreciate the fact that Sue the T-Rex, the fossil, at the Field Museum, they do not know the biological sex of the dead theropod. It's a fossil. They haven't figured out how to sex T-Rexes, so it's a unsexed dead theropod. But the Twitter personality for Sue the T-Rex has decided to use they-them pronouns. And, like, that was a whole big kerfuffle. But why not? You know, because you don't know the gender identity of the dead animal, but the fictitious Twitter personality can choose a gender, and they went with they them. And yeah, so stuff like that. I'm just trying to practice that. So I'm not trying to call you out because I'm mean. It's actually more, for me, a talking point. Because as I've mentioned before, I think you're great. Yep, people fighting over the gender of a dead dinosaur. Yep. Thought they could tell theropod sex because of bone loss from egg production. Okay, so Meganura, partially, you need more specimens to do comparisons, and so you can tell that from, like, modern birds and things like that, but they've gotten conflicting evidence over the years of the different theropods they've found. So, like, only recently did they figure out that, like, Nano Tyrannosaurus is actually just a young Tyrannosaurus, so. Yeah, so, that is in flux. They keep, Thorman North. Hey, yeah. Thanks for the follow. Or Thorman. We're going with Thorman North. Hey. But yeah, Meganura, Sue the T-Rex has both spawned a lot of white papers on things like how to sex and age ancient theropods, and then they almost all get overturned at some point. It's kind of like the argument about how fast is a T-Rex. You know, with whatever works, right? Yeah, so like every once in a while somebody has a new paper out that says, oh, T-Rexes are super fast, they're like sprinters, and they love running. And then someone else comes with a new one saying, nope, they plod along. And they all are using different computer modeling and margarine versus butter a little bit. So, yeah, they have that. There's the argument about do T-Rexes and other major megatheropods, were they scavengers or were they hunters? There's always a new paper on that. So, Yeah, I bet you did see the thing somewhere about sexing the Sue the T-Rex fossils specifically. However, it changes. Pipe, why is the bloody nose? No, Pipe, this squirrel was hit by a car. And so the head is actually crushed. Which is one of the reasons I'm not showing it on my main thing. So for anybody who just popped on, if you want to see the squirrel I'm working on, you have to go over to my Instagram. So I'm doing it live over here on Instagram. But yeah, the blood coming out of the nose, it's not uncommon to get a little bit of blood, sometimes blood will pool in lungs and things like that, so it'll come out when you're working on them. But this one, it's the smushed head. Yeah. So good question. But yeah, so I've been trying to mop up all of this blood and keep my paper towel under the head because it's getting a little grody. But yeah, being hit by cars, it's super bad for you. And unfortunately, no one explained to this squirrel that you're supposed to look both ways before you cross the street. So, it is young, and maybe it didn't know. That is, saying that thing about crossing the street is actually something we would say at the desk at the museum all the time, and it was interesting because when you'd have like a whole school group of second graders or whatever, and they're watching you skin the animals, and you'd say, and that's why you have to look both ways before you cross the street, they're like, oh, this applies to me. And it was great. It was a really good connection with some of the younger people who would stop by the taxidermy desk. Because, don't look both ways before you cross the street. You might end up like the squirrel. Oh, well, that's suddenly very real to me, and I'm going to look both ways before I cross the street. Alright, so I finally got this foot skinned out. So I left more of the toe in place than I normally would, just because it's so freezer burned. But this is now an empty skin of a foot. It's like taking his little socks off. And then the actual foot is here. So you can see where I cut the toes off on the end here. But yeah, so that's one loose. But the toes here are real freezer burns, so this is... I can actually get a little farther on the other foot, so see if I can get another set of knuckles. One time I was at a red light driving pretty late and a rat crossed the street. Rats are smart, man. Squirrels are also rodents, but they're not as smart as rats. That's pretty great. And I'm assuming you've seen the videos of the Japanese crows that use the crosswalks. Crows or ravens? I think it's crows. That one's magical every time. Because they've literally learned... Yeah, that one's so good. Accidentally popped a scent gland in a weasel... Oh, while I was prepping the skins. The biology floor was not happy with that for several hours. I did that with a mink on the floor of the museum. I feel you. Yeah, that was a real freaking bummer. Yeah, they use the cars to smash nuts and other hard foods. Crows are freaky smart. Yeah, Foreman, so all of the stuff we were doing was on the floor of the Chicago Academy of Sciences, so you had visitors walking by. Yeah, no, I'm sorry to say I'm in that fantastic echelon with you. Oh, it was a bummer. We're like, oh my god, clean it up as fast as we can. Get it in the sink. Freaking minks. Mustelids, I tell ya. I freaking tell ya. Oh, hey, you're over here now. Hey. Yeah. And it's interesting, some of my stories, like with skinning that mink, are interesting because I wasn't the one doing the skinning, it was one of my volunteers in my lab, but I take full responsibility, you know? Yeah, stinky and vicious. That's pretty much it. Well, like, the museum, one of the major bits of conservation that the Chicago Academy of Science does is for Blanding's turtles. And so our field biologists absolutely freaking hate mink because they eat turtles. And they're actually quite good at it. So here they are trying to head start baby turtles, and mink are just like, oh, you dropped a bunch of, like, turtle-flavored Oreos in my pond. I'm like, jerks. Okay, yeah, this foot's not as freezer burnt, so I'm getting a little farther down on this one. Lightly familiar with the Blandings project. Oh, with that particular one? Yeah. It's pretty cool. Are you Midwestern, if I may ask? You don't have to answer that question. Um, but yeah, the Blandings project is a head start, so you raise the turtles for a year or two, and then they get released out in DuPage. Originally, currently in Texas. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they get released out in DuPage County, and, in a secret location, hilariously. And, yeah, mink, man, they're very good hunters and very vicious, and so they're like, turtle. Holidays, you can usually find me in the herp collection at the field. Nice! Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, whenever they let us back, I'm a current volunteer at the Field Museum in the fossil range, so I'm in the McDonald's lab. Otherwise affectionately known as the fishbowl. So, but haven't been back there in over a year. Meganura, really? You're over here. Alright. But, yeah, I miss the field. Soon. I have to imagine they're going to be letting us back. Yeah, the Instagram is way delayed, and it's not as good of a setup. Oh, and that delay is also what I experienced on Facebook. So trying to do the dual streaming on the Facebook was also kind of not an option. Even just doing the basic streaming, my questions from my chatters were so far back in the past, it was a real pain in the butt. So yeah, maybe next week we'll try out Discord. Okay, let's see if I can do the tail the way I like doing it. Or if I'm just gonna freaking rip it. So let's find out. Because what I really want to do is deglove it and then skin it. Maybe? Maybe kinda? Okay, yes. Looks like I can do it. Okay, good, because I really like degloving the tail. Ooh, Meganura, that's a good shot. Yeah, because honestly, if you're on Twitch, you don't really want the sound from Instagram, especially because it's so delayed. But... oh, I'm so happy that this method works. Oh, okay. So check it out. There's my perfectly degloved tail. Because, oh, sorry, recently, for anybody interested in sources or other people that you can learn stuff from, I recently took a online class with Alice Markham, who is a master taxidermist based in California. She did it through Atlas Obscura. It was wonderful. And that's where I first heard a good reason. Oh, thank you, Megadora. That's when I first heard the best reason for why you actually, like, slit the tail down the length instead of just degloving it, because I love doing that. So here's my perfect intact tail and my perfect intact tail, because I just zoop, take it apart. But apparently the tanning solution isn't going to get in there as well. Yeah, you could, that, isn't it just, it's beautiful, right? And, I didn't like hand skinning it all the way down, so now I've degloved it, but then I can just take a pair of scissors and slice it open the rest of the way, instead of fighting with it to try and, slit it the other way. So, which I will do right now. So, yeah, you know. And that's kind of the nice thing about taking classes from somebody else like that, is you adapt it. There is no right answer for most of this prep work. There's a lot of good answers. And, you know, adapt it to whatever makes sense for you, your project, your lab, your equipment, your skill level, things like that. Okay. Oops, I accidentally pulled off the very end of the tail. Well, that's gone. Boop. Okay. So now, here's my tail. And so there's the The slit's all the way down, which means that I can scrape any remaining fat out of that and then rub salt and my tanning solution directly into it. And then, of course, if I sew it up, it's so fluffy. You're not going to see that one. So, yeah. Again, trying a slightly different technique. The case incision is kind of new to me, because my world has always been birds. And you don't case incision a bird as far as I would ever know. So, I mean, I guess you technically could. Maybe you would if it was like an ostrich? Like a big, I don't know. Maybe like something, maybe a big walking bird, like a peacock. Maybe you could case incision a peacock. I am gonna try and buy a dead peacock, PS. So if I get one, y'all find out on my Discord, and I'll be very, very happy. Because I did find a couple of peafowl farms in Illinois, so I probably have a bit of a drive. But, you know, shoot. I'll do that. Because that's another one I picked up from Alice Markham's Deadstream. She does a lot of peacocks, and she gets them from a local peacock farm that breeds them for, like, decorative birds and, you know, basically pets. But they will cull out, like, aggressive males and things like that that can't be used if they're gonna be attacking everybody. And so you'll have some big, beautiful bird that they had to euthanize, and she can purchase those. So, because I wouldn't expect to get that for free. I should hope that the farmer would still be charging me for all of that work, so I definitely would pay for that, but hopefully it costs a lot less than a living one. Moss Power, is it hard to remove the fur from the tail if you only have a tail and no body attached? I mean, to do the degloving, as long as you can skin all the way around the base of the tail and grab it with something, so even if you use like a hemostat and grab it and then use your tweezers to, no, I think you could do that just as well. You basically just need something big enough to hold on to, so as long as you could even skin away the base enough to expose, you know, a half an inch of the tail, then you're probably fine. You know, I feel like I've actually done it separate. I feel like somebody's tail fell off at some point. No. I mean, no, all of my work's been perfect forever. This is a lie. I never make mistakes, lol. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna show you a skinned squirrel butt. So there's the Instagram point of view. And there's my skinned squirrel butt. Alright. And so obviously most of the damage on this squirrel was up by its face. And so I'm kind of expecting that most of this is going to be normal and intact up until I get up to the face. In case I find a dead squirrel, I'd love to have a tail. Right. And that's where everything I've read on like taxidermy.net and things like that really were saying you should completely like slit open the tail so that you can rub salt through the entire length. Otherwise, the end of the tail tends to hold liquid and start to go bad. So, yeah, so far there's some freezer burn, but I don't really care. So far this is coming off okay, so hopefully I'll be able to tan this little dude and do like a fully mounted squirrel. So Thornton, I don't know if you're still on. So my background is in study skins and research preservation, but not a ton of that I can do from my apartment now that I don't have a job. And so I'm trying to get better at fully articulated, like, life modeling, because there's revenue there, and I'm sure, you know, educational facilities or museums probably wouldn't mind if I could do that. So, trying to skill up on a greater variety of things than I did back in the old lab. Because, man, in the Beecher lab, it was just window strike birds. Tiny, tiny, tiny window strike birds in gallon Ziploc bags going back 40 years. So. I miss those days. So in bad news, I mentioned when I first started streaming tonight, I went and placed a big order, including for scalpel blades. This is my last scalpel blade, so I'm gonna have to do this whole dude with only one blade, which is absolutely doable. But you know, it's nice to be able to swap out, and I waited a little too long to place that order. My schedule's been weird. Honestly, part of my problem has just been, I think like a lot of people, I wasn't necessarily expecting the world to be open yet, so I hadn't really projected forward that I was going to be doing in-person events, or traveling at all yet. I figured that would be at least July, if not, like, freaking September. I didn't think I was going to get vaccinated until, like, August, September, so I'm happy. You know, this is a far better alternative, but it means I'm caught out a little bit and I'm behind on some planning I should have been doing already. But I'm still doing the hustle. It looks like I might be able to do some sort of event at the Grove in Glenview in September. I will keep people posted if that actually works out. And I don't know if my taxidermy class this Saturday is actually going to go off. I still haven't heard that anybody signed up for it. Die. So I'll probably reschedule that one for that park district in October, because people are usually thinking about stuff that's more compatible with this. Oops, sorry, Gore. More in like fall, October. I think right now people want to be doing stuff outdoors. They want to be, you know, or classic old things. They're not looking for novelty as much right now. So my class doesn't make quite as much sense right now. But that's okay. Luckily, all the supplies that I have for that class just keep. I hadn't gone out and bought the rats yet. That was the one thing I was sort of waiting on. Everything else is just like scissors, which will be fine. Okay. Oh, you're coming along very nicely, little friend. Oh, so, moths per hour. Let me show you the back. So I'm gonna show the dead squirrel over here on Happy Frog Cam, just because you can really see the vertebrae really clearly, and it's really, really pretty actually. So you can see like just that perfect vertebral line and the big tendons along it, all the way down to the tail. Meganura, what are the rules on squirrels? As in, like, state law to pick up roadkill ones? It depends on the species, it depends on the state. So you should always check your local state laws. But in Illinois, you can pick them up. The season for squirrels is kind of all year, and they're not really regulated. So I think, or for gray squirrels and fox squirrels, I think possibly red squirrels and flying squirrels have slightly different rules. I'd have to look it up. But gray squirrels, to the best of my knowledge, you can just grab them whenever. Yeah, the mussels are so cool. Like, it's really lovely to be able to see that architecture. You know, because squirrels are, of course, kind of weirdly strong, agile, magic creatures that jump around in trees and do cool stuff. And so it's really neat to be able to see that stuff up close. Which is one of the reasons I like doing this as a stream, but eh. Okay, we're up basically to the chest, so now it's going fast. Now we're just in torso land, which is so fast and easy to skin. And we'll see how the head and front legs go. He does look squishy. Hey Aaron, how's it going? So I'm talking to somebody on Instagram now. Yeah, so this guy, the head was hit by the car, but the back end is great. So I'm able to just roll through this with reasonable ease. But We'll see when I get farther up. So all of this is from the face. The head is very smooshed. Yeah, so again, for anybody who's confused who I'm talking to, for folks on Instagram, I'm also streaming on Twitch. And for Twitch people, I'm also on Instagram. So if you want to see the entire squirrel, that's visible on Instagram. On Twitch, you can see my face and a very happy little rubber ducky frog. And it's a little easier to chat over on Twitch. But I'm trying to branch out, trying new things. And Twitch won't let me show the content I want, so I, doing my best here. Do people like the incredibly happy frog, or do you think that's actually creepy to have in the camera view? Maybe I would be better off just having the tail flop back and forth. Oh, Meganera, thanks for sharing that. Meganera, power mod. Jumping back and forth between platforms. Doing the thing. So another way that you can tell that this is a really young squirrel is there's like no fat on it. It was still trying to figure out how to squirrel when it failed to figure out how to cross the street, so. Oh! Yeah, I suppose I could do that. Okay, so Meganera, I don't want to do that kind of setup right now with my hands this messy. But yeah, I can embiggenate my face. Yeah, so I basically switched the views. That's a good idea. Yeah, and I can just make that a new scene in, OBS. Oh, that's a good idea. Just entirely the frog. Huge frog. It's a very charming frog, what can I say? Okay, so as I'm flipping it over right now, you guys can see me moving it around. I can feel and hear the plates of bone in the head grinding past each other because it's so broken. That's kind of gross. Like, that's not great. This is a smushed squirrel. Look both ways before crossing the street. Hey, not here. Thank you for the cheer. Them cheer motes. They're really useful. Okay, almost up to the top arms. Moose, it's off screen because, well, you remember I got suspended for gore. So the gory part's over here on my Instagram. So yeah. This is how I'm dealing with it. So you can look at the happy frog, and I don't get suspended from Twitch. So Moose, sort of. They didn't give me an exact, I did post the letter on my Instagram and on my Twitter, which I think you follow me on Twitter, right? You should be able to see that pretty quick. So you can see the language in the letter, but it was like, no gore, including medical, surgery, and I'm like, this ain't medical surgery, kiddo, but fine. So I'm trying something different, so you can watch the tail flip back and forth as I'm working on this. And I'm occasionally showing people things, so if you'd like to see the skinned tail, here it comes. Like, look how cool that is, right? So I've got most of it skinned out at this point. But, oh, nuts. Apparently, Instagram doesn't automatically mute incoming messages, and so my phone is dinging with messages from friends even though it's on Instagram, so it's vibrating the video. Yeah, so maybe Instagram isn't the best. Oh, Meganera, thanks for the shout out for Moose. If anybody doesn't know Moose, Moose is a homeowner who does all of his own renovations. And he has a big old project ahead of him with a house that was gutted after a fire and asbestos removal. But if you enjoy watching people work their butts off and, you know, improve on skills, Moose is a good one. And actually, I don't know if Pipe's still online, but Meganura, would you mind, or not here, would you mind doing a shout out for Pipe Pera? So Moose is a streamer from Canada who's a homeowner. Pipe Pera is a streamer from Colombia who does a number of different games as well as just reading books in Spanish. And he has a voice like warm honey, so it's great to listen to. Yeah, right? Yeah, no, Moose. I'm all manner of salty about it. All manner of salty. Yeah, my first suspension was 7 days. That was actually part of my appeal. Is I'm like, really? 7 days? I really? So yeah, no, it hit hard. So yeah, that's why I posted the full letter. I was surprised by all of it. And the stuff that they cite there about like the medical things and whatever, you will not find that in the terms of service or on the community guidelines. Salty. So yeah, that's why I'm off to the side here, because it's so subjective and it's so stupid and I have so many feelings about it. But, you know, if I'm doing this, you guys, hopefully no one will freaking ding me for gore. Well, at least they're still making it up as they go. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they deleted all of my old VODs, including the ones that had nothing to do with this type of work. Like, everything. All my just chatting VODs, everything. They cleaned me out because somebody had their panties in a twist over a rat that I skinned a couple weeks ago. Yeah, no, good feels all around. So if anybody wants to say things to Twitch about that, if you have opinions about that, again, I posted this on Instagram, I'm sorry, not Instagram, Twitter, and you can always retweet my post at Twitch, and, you know, maybe their PR department will freaking care. But yeah, they never responded to my appeal. I never heard word one. Because I even said in my appeal, I'm like, fine, it's your platform. If you don't want that content, you can make those decisions. It's your platform. But you need to post that. Can you please put it on the page? Twitch hates you. Hopefully you'll get a response and apology. I'll keep everybody posted. I'm trying to go through the official channels, but I'm also just being open about it. You know, like, here's what happened to me. Because, oh my god, it was so embarrassing to be off for 7 days, because my channel disappeared. If you looked up my URL, you know, so twitch.tv/Gorgana, it just, nothing came up. Oh hey, you guys have met too. Yeah, no. And it, yeah. I was completely persona non grata. I couldn't log in to Twitch to talk on other people's channels, so I couldn't support my friends. I could watch them without logging in, but I couldn't support people. And I made the mistake, I don't even know why I did this. Apparently I tied my Roll20, or not my Roll20, I'm sorry, my D&D Beyond account to Twitch. So, like, you know, you can hit the button, oh yeah, log me in with my Twitch account. Which means I couldn't get to my D&D character for 7 days, which was pointlessly annoying. So I fixed that. Those are no longer connected. But yeah, that was a bummer. Give you an idea, Gorgana, there's a streamer who is a game dev who put in their user voice feature request page that Twitch makes a game dev category because science and tech is such trash. That request got the most upvotes of every category ever. Yeah, the whole science and tech category needs to be cleaned up. It really needs to be cleaned up. Like, if you really like watching people pop the keys off of keyboards and fixing them up, fine. But, yeah, it's some garbage. Well, and I, when I was suspended, I actually popped over to the Discord for the Knowledge Fellowship, to warn them. Like, hey, if anybody else is doing content like this, because I know there's other biology streamers, here's what happened to me. And they're like, oh, shoot, because other educators had been doing, like, dissections and stuff. But again, hot tub streams. So went and actually made a game called Game Development on the server. Father Wook, hey, thank you very much for the follow. That's funny. Well, good for them at least. Game that freaking system. Yep, and so that's why here I am skinning a squirrel and you're mostly looking at my happy frog. So if you want to see the squirrel in its entirety, it's over on my Instagram. I am currently on Instagram Live. But as we've been discussing, it's not really a great co-streaming option. Within hours, Twitch manually deleted it? Oh, that's stupid. That's stupid. Why? Why bother? Why not let your community direct... I don't know. Rah. Salty. That's what I'm saying. Salty. Today we are salty. I'm skinning a squirrel. Feeling salty. Rah. I actually wanted to be for artists, voice actors, level developers, programmers, sure. Yeah, because there's so much that goes into game dev. And you'd think that'd be so on Twitch's MO, right? Game development, holy god. Like, yeah. Like, I get it. My content is pretty far from what you would consider classic, you know, Twitch or even just generally streaming content. You know, so having me being off in a weird corner, fine. Put me in a weird corner. Whatever. But let me have my weird corner, man. You know, can I just have a warning? You know, not safe for work or whatever. If you really want to get your panties in a twist, but again, you can show barbecue, you can show gutting fish, you can play some pretty rough games, but you can't see what I'm doing on the other side of my table here. Yeah, Moose. Yeah, people do really support the science subs. It's really great. Which you think would incentivize that, but yeah. Ask OG me if I know anything about the weird corner of Twitch and not normal streaming content. Yeah. I can see where you're coming from there, Moose. Yeah. Oh, and you don't mean the renovations. What do you mean? Or maybe I should ask you later. So is that you don't get banned on the Twitch now? Okay, I'm remembering not to just over-focus on this wrist. I'm gonna show you a partially skinned squirrel wrist. Everybody ready? There it is. And so I'm to the wrist, and I'm down to the claws, and I'm doing that thing where I realized I was holding it with my hot, sweaty human hands for too long, and that's a good way to get it to start to slip and decompose, so I have to take a break from that. Paracad. Percad? Hey, thank you for the follow. Emma's Me sent me here. Yeah, she would. Thank you very much for hanging out. Emma's Me is so cool. Wear cooling gloves, though. That'd be cool. Perry's okay? Roger that. Thank you very much. Well, and I know some people who will actually prep them, like, in an ice bath. Things like that. Yeah, she's been working on the leather. Yesterday, on Emma's Me's channel, she actually did, like, a show and tell of a bunch of her cool leather pieces, and we talked about how she had prepped some, and crows were involved, because of course they were. It was great. But yeah, if anybody wants to see the entire squirrel, it's over on my Instagram. I'm doing an Instagram Live, so you can actually see this portion of my workspace on there. Otherwise, you just see the occasional bit come flopping over, because I really don't need to be suspended for gore again. As much fun as that was... Stop. Oh, I do appreciate being raved about. Aw, Emma's Me so nice. Actually, if I could please have a shout out for Emma's Me from one of my mods, I would very much appreciate that. So I was on her channel yesterday, again, talking to her about leatherwork she'd done. She showed us a partial rabbit pelt that was the first one she'd ever tried tanning. And we were talking about, you know, what didn't work out the way she wanted and what did, and it was so informative. It was really, really great. Yeah, you were thinking, where's the squirrel? Yeah. You can see the happy frog. The happy frog is very much front and center because if I show you the whole squirrel, I might get freaking suspended again. And I don't need that. So, yeah, if you want to see the whole thing, it's over on Instagram. And once I get the body out, I'm planning on bringing this camera back over and I'll do everything under that main camera. But I think the thing that somebody reported me for a couple weeks ago when I was skinning a rat is being able to see the whole body. Yeah, no, Perry, jump on. It's, yeah, my link is in all sorts of places. Just look for Glorana. I'll see you there. Yeah, and, like, that's the thing. It's so interesting. And I hate the vilification of being willing to look at a dead thing. We eat dead things. Our roads are lined with dead things. We use dead stuff to cover our couches and our feet. Like, I think it's honestly really juvenile and unhealthy to not accept that stuff and look at it. You know, you're surrounded by dead things all the time. Dead things informed your makeup and your medication. You can at least know more about them. It just seems respectful to me. So, really juvenile and unhealthy. Twitch motto 2021. Man. Okay, Moose, now I have to go on your channel and share like another 100 points just for that comment. So, reminder everybody, follow Moose. That's nailed it in one. Well done. Rather watch Dead Squirrel than a hot tub stream? Well, honestly, I definitely would. It's so much more interesting. Hey! And you can learn stuff, and people have questions, and like that was always something at the museum that really is one of the reasons I'm still doing this, and I got so into it, is doing taxidermy just at a desk on the floor of the museum and demonstrating to people that it wasn't taboo, that they could absolutely just ask questions about it, and suddenly people, you could tell it was like years of pent-up questions they could finally ask. If anyone goes over to Instagram, please consider keeping this tab open and muting the volume on your Insta tab. Yeah, that way it still counts as a Twitch view and you can still chat here. Yes, thank you, Mega. Moose, yeah, no, the taxidermy hot tub stream has been floated, as it were, which is one of the reasons that this is like a little bath toy. Yeah. Hot tub taxidermy. Hot tub taxidermy is what? Like a punk band? That's the name of my punk band? Permadeath stream tag is so great. And I shout out again, Moose does stuff. He's the first one I saw who used the permadeath tag in a way that I thought was brilliant, and I totally stole it from Moose. Just cut up some carrots and do the taxidermy on a cutting board, right? Oh my god, I should try that. Ooh. Okay, good luck, Perry. It better not be the name of your sex tape. It is not. Sigh. And you know, it's interesting because I actually don't have any reason to throw shade on the hot tub streamers. Like, if you found a thing that works, do it. You know, fine. And I actually kind of like the idea of cracking down on people being prudish and nasty about, you know, this person's too sexy, they shouldn't be on the internet. Like, you know, a lot of that I think is actually pretty good. But yeah, giving that precedent over other things is a little bit troubling. And it's just such a big deal. I don't know. I did take the permanent deck thing to a whole new level. Do if it was sexy. Well, Moose, obviously, sexiness is about confidence, right? You just gotta strut on there and, like, I don't know, something, build a cabinet while sitting in a hot tub. You could install a hot tub. So it could be a hot tub stream where you're actually installing the hot tub. So, I mean, you were talking about that bathroom design, right? Obviously, your bathroom design now has to involve a hot tub. There. You're welcome. But yeah, the permadeath tag especially works for this because one of the questions that very small people would usually have was, will the squirrel be okay? Or, you know, will it be alive when you're done? And things like that. And we had to explain, no, death is permanent. So yeah, not that they would have understood the permadeath tag anyway, but it is sort of relevant to my actual experience talking to people. So a lot of people don't want to talk to kids about death. Let's see. Also being sexy. Like, you need abs again and to be taller and bigger arms. Taller, you don't need. The internet does not care how tall you are. Abs, though, would potentially work in your favor. So. Ooh, bathtub with flame decals on the side. Yeah, you guys can't tell how short I am. Moose, do you care how tall I am? You can't tell, I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down on the internet. Because I'm really freaky short. It doesn't matter. No one cares how tall you are. I'm not doing a hot tub stream. Touche. Touche. Don't you want to be able to fit in a hot tub, though? I have to imagine there's a ceiling for how tall you could be for your hot tub stream. Oh man, this paw is pretty freezer burned too. In unsurprising revelations, this squirrel's butt smells bad. Well. No idea how... I had no idea how short Glorgana was until we worked together for a year. Yeah, my shoes are teeny. Yeah. A lot of people don't notice how short I am. I've been told I walk tall. And so as long as I don't walk directly next to somebody, you can't tell as much. But yeah, I'm freaky short. And my shortness is mostly in my legs, so when I'm sitting at a table, I don't look that much different from the people around me. It's when I stand up that you're like, whoa. Yeah, a lot of people... I had a friend from high school, actually, who, like, I think our senior year, we were making some comment about who was the shortest in the room, and I was like, it's me. And she's like, no, you're not. And I stood next to her and came up to, like, her frickin' nipples or something, and she's like, oh. You walk tall, you're almost sitting there behind a counter. Yeah, right? Yep, monkey bodies. Yeah, moths per hour, yeah. Yeah, because moths per hour, you're significantly taller than I am. Yeah. There was one staff member at the museum who was shorter than me, though. Happy to say. Make a joke of it when I'm on stream. It sort of works because I'm almost never on camera. So usually you're like 6'3" or something. Cool. Yeah, no, be 6'3". On the internet, no one knows you're a dog. You know? So why not? Be whoever you want to be on the internet. Unless the person you want to be is a educational taxidermy streamer. In which case, pound sand. Rah, 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 salty. I've almost got this foot out. So I've got that going for me. Guys, I'm so edgy. Moose, I haven't tried YouTube yet, so, during my 7-day suspension, I played around on, Instagram and Facebook. But yeah, Gumby, yeah, I've heard that YouTube is starting to crack down. And they want to be seen as more, like, kid-friendly. And you can already tell when you're uploading stuff, they kind of go at you. But, yeah, no, I've looked up a lot of taxidermy how-tos on YouTube. And it's fine, but maybe they're changing that. Yeah, because the Brain Scoop totally was on there. For anybody who's not familiar with the Brain Scoop, it was a YouTube channel that originally was kind of independent, based in Montana, and then it was picked up by the Field Museum, and the whole time it was hosted by Emily Grassley. And, but yeah, no, YouTube, the Brain Scoop was amazing. Emily Grassley is an absolute pinnacle of human achievement. She's so great. Yeah, no, look up Emily. I don't know how to spell Emily Grassley's last name. Yeah, Moose. Emily Grassley has left the Field Museum. She quit at the end of 2020 because everything beautiful was destroyed in 2020. To go off and thank you, yeah, Grassley. To try to go and do new things, but because the Field Museum had bought the intellectual rights to Brain Scoop, she is now separated from the Brain Scoop. So if the Field Museum felt like reinvigorating the Brain Scoop with somebody else, it's their IP, they could do that, but she's no longer part of it. So she's still on Twitter, she's still doing stuff, but she decided to step away from the Brain Scoop, and I cried. Because it was 2020, all beautiful things were taken away, and I just freaking cried. So I am absolutely confident enough to admit that I cried when one of my favorite science YouTubes ended in 2020. But luckily she's, like, the human's okay, but... I mean, Gumby, I think it's one of those things where, like, she benefited from going to the field, and I think she was part of the negotiations and was okay with it. But it is a problem when you sell somebody the rights to your baby, you know? And it was kind of her thing. Her and, what's his name? Joel Green, or whatever his name was. So, yeah. Yeah, I think she actually made a good amount, from doing that. I hope she did. The few times I met her, she mostly just seemed tired, so I wasn't asking her, like, what her paycheck was. But total sweetie. Like, if you thought she looked nice on the VODs, that's because she's a legitimately really nice person. But very tired. So, like, in a way, I think it was probably really good for her to walk away, but, did you offer her coffee? I did not. Both of us had blood all over our hands, and it was a bad time. Things said on my channel. Paint green. Yes. I knew it was something green. So. She was in the bird lab with me at the field. This is totally normal and not strange at all, Moose. You know what? No, there's a time and a place. So we were you know, I am that kind of monster. I'll just own that. But no, drinking coffee while skinning things is looked down upon. It's not never done, but it is looked down upon. Okay, I got one little handout, so I'm going to show you a skinned hand. But you know, Moose, I'll take that criticism. So here's my, I managed to get the fingers out on that hand. I'm pretty happy about it. No, Moose, apparently I'm that kind of monster. It's because I'm tea-centric, obviously. Well, and the way that Emily described it, too, is when she was doing the Brain Scoop, she was on, you know, all of the shiny, all of the charismatic, you know, she just cranked it up to 11 to make those videos amazing, which is one of the reasons she was so great. Which means that when she wasn't on camera, she kind of deflated. So she was saving up all that charisma and energy for the filming, and so when she wasn't on, she was like, like the lights came down. Red Bull is not food. This is true. People had beverages in the lab, and I think people even sometimes had coffee. You just had to... Lab rules, you have to have a covering over your cup. But... man, Red Bull. I have not had a Red Bull in a freaking minute. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but it is interesting. I associate Red Bull with clubbing. Pretty specifically. I think I've had it outside of that context, but I associate it very strongly with clubbing. I no longer go clubbing. No, I am an old lazy person. I predominantly went clubbing when I was on my study abroad in England. And that was great. which was, 10,000 years ago. Wow, Red Bull and Jaeger. Oh, that sounds so sweet. Ugh. Yeah, no, it was back in the day. And then we would walk past, like, farms and stuff to get back to the university campus. It was pretty great. Hashtag England. Coffee table's excellent place for that. Yeah, no, I was in Lancaster and at the predominantly goth clubs, and it was a delight. One of my going away presents at the end of my study abroad from a friend was effectively a mixtape. It was a CD, but of like the main songs that we would hear at the main club we'd go to, and I still have it. He made his own little cover. It was really sweet. So yeah, good freaking times. Good day. As you're kind of seeing, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Also, hey, coffee tables, how's it going? No, it was the jam. And actually, going back to my height, at the clubs, I didn't spend a lot of time like telling everybody my name. That's not what you do. But I just became known as the Little American. Because anybody who I shouted something to immediately figured out I was American. And so, and all the the people at the front who took your money and whatever and carded you were they just got to know me as the Little American. Back in the day. But yeah, I'm old enough that the hot song that was being overplayed when I first got to England was Chop Suey. So there's your timestamp. You're welcome. Although, okay, so here's a very odd story jumping off of System of a Down. So here we are. You thought I was originally from Canada? No, I'm originally from Ohio, and now I live in Illinois, but 100% U.S. So I lived briefly in England for the study abroad, but no, I've only ever been a USE type. So for a while at the museum, at the Chicago Academy of Sciences, my boss was a black woman. And we were doing this whole week of enrichment and like bonding exercises and stuff. So the whole museum staff is doing all this bonding stuff. And she was offering dance classes. Yeah, coffee tables, I think we are probably. But she was offering dance classes as some of the time slots so people could come and learn how to dance with Terry. And like there was like her early morning, like it's 9 a.m. let's go dance together. No one signed up for, so she asked me because I technically worked under her. She's like, can you go to my class? Yeah, sure. And so she was basically teaching the whatever the bass dance is that the electric slide is. So it's also oh my god, it's like 6 or 8 major dance common dance things, but it's step forward, step back, whatever. But the electric slide is based off of this, and she said that apparently in black culture in the United States, if you're at a wedding, people are playing songs that you dance this to. It's not exactly line dancing. It's effectively line dancing. It's group dancing. So if anybody's ever done the electric slide at a wedding, same freaking idea, except apparently this is, according to her, and she's black, so I choose to believe her, this is prevalent in black American culture. And so she teaches me this dance, and then she had found a compilation, or a whole bunch of different YouTube videos. No, it's not the electric shuffle, it's something else. Shoot, I don't know. But she found a compilation of all these different people doing that dance, but to slightly different music and in slightly different ways, and she thought it was really cool how it could be adapted to different songs. And so I'm listening to it and I'm picking up on the beat and kind of how it works, and I was like, no, not Electric Boogie. I was like, oh my god, I could do this to Chop Suey. And she had never heard of System of a Down. And so I go on YouTube and I find like the original video for System of Down's Chop Suey and put that on and managed to do the dance that's used for the electric slide and all this stuff to Chop Suey. You can do it to Chop Suey. And I think I mostly scarred her, because imagine like this adorable, sweet, church-going lady clutching her pearls and freaking out as I'm slamming away to Chop Suey in a big conference room at the museum. But yeah, well, and Chop Suey has all these tempo changes, so you can you speed up, you say it works. So there you go. So everybody, that's like the entirety of my music and dance lore, but now you've heard it. If you want better music and dance lore, you should talk to Coffee Tables. Yeah, I gotta... It's... No, it's hustle. It's something hustle, isn't it? And there's a Chicago-specific version, like... I'll figure it out. I will figure it out at some point. My brain will cough up this information. But the important thing is, yes, you can do that dance to Chop Suey. Is it the Harlem Shake? Maybe? I listened to Chop Suey a lot during my second missionary trip to Mexico. Yeah, no, it's... There you go. Time period. Yeah, I went to England and learned about typo negative and freaked out. Yeah, Moose, like, right now I don't want to be Googling stuff, because even though you can't see the dead squirrel, it is here. So... I don't want to screw around on my keyboard too much. But I will do that when I got this. Cha-cha, yeah. Actually, Moose, honestly, I used to put a layer of, like, saran wrap over, like, cellophane over my keyboard, and that my cats would always screw with it, so I gave up. It could be the topic for next Tuesday, yeah. If anybody wants to, actually, if you're on my Discord, if you want to put that down, somewhere, like my after stream, channel, to remind me, we can do that for Just Chatting, or actually the Just Chatting channel. Alright, I've almost got this other front leg out, and then we'll see how bad a shape the skull is in. Because the answer is very, very bad, but we'll find out. Has enough time passed for it to be acceptable, like Harlem Shake? Hubba, actually, my cats are bored with it. They don't care. Like, my door is open. You can see it's open a crack behind me. Is anybody actually in here? Rumi's not actually in here at the moment. But there's 2 cat beds in here, and they sleep. They don't care. I think I have seen the silicone covers. Honestly, yeah, that's probably... That's actually probably the right answer. So, Gumby, yes, I believe that's actually the correct answer, and I should just do that. I hadn't really been thinking about that, and now I just did a big Amazon order, but yes, yes. I don't remember the name of that. I'll figure it out. Alright, I got the other foot out. Re-wet this. You can't see my water, but trust me, I'm doing that. Okay. Alright. I now have everything except the head skinned out. So, let's go. Oh no, you can see a little bit of gore. Yeah, man, this squirrel's butt smells bad. Mammals, man, like birds basically don't have a smell when you're working on nice fresh ones. Mammals do. It was nice that there was someone on earlier who has skinned a weasel and totally understands the whole weasel musk gland thing and how awful that is. Minimally processed leather. Frickin' brilliant. 2 hours of file transfers. Wow. Good luck. Oh, my butt is showing. Thank you, Meganura. You gotta rely on your moderators to tell you when your butt is showing. Quotable quotes. I appreciate you. Okay, so literally this thing's entire body is... There's like a little bruising on the back, but there's... And a little bruising on the wrists, but there's almost no damage except the head is just smushed. Yeah, don't clip it, let's not get banned again. Yeah. Hey everybody, please don't get me banned. Maybe if I ask nicely. Yeah, I still speculate that the person who tagged me is probably somebody who came in on a raid where they were like AFK when the raid came over, so they weren't warned about what was going to be on. And so all they know is they were watching an art stream or something, and then they came back to their desk and there was a dead rat. So, you know, maybe that's what happened, and so they came on and were surprised. But I don't know. I don't know. Salty, salty, salty. Oh my god, these skull bones are just grinding against each other. This is so gross. Let's see. Do you set 18 plus on taxidermy streams? No? I guess? Gets me angry that people go out of their way and report people. Yeah, just change the channel. Well, and I did have a friend who was... Apparently, it's a thing that, like, PETA types will tag, you know, taxidermy or other things just to... And cite TOS as a way to just reduce that sort of content. But I think that's digging too far in, but it's possible. But I have a friend who works for one of the big game companies and actually does, like, modding on one of their communities, and apparently that's something that they have to watch out for. I don't know. Rawr, 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 rawr. Alright, I'm through my first ear. Yeah, and I mean, again, like, ask me context. Like, if you're sad that the critter is dead, that's because it's sad that the critter is dead. Like, let's talk about that. I don't think it's great that this squirrel is dead, but I'm glad that it's here and helping me out, you know? Right? Yeah. Yeah, the animal cruelty in video games, the gore, the, I don't know, killing of humans over and over again. Whole thing is silly. Silly, I say. Oh well. I've got both ears out, so... And this head is gravel. It's pretty bad. You know, actually, Meganura, you reminded me, I was actually thinking for these taxidermy streams I would turn off clips. Because the person who got me actually took a clip from my channel, and so I mean you can always do a screen grab, but you know, just that'd be one less thing. Not everybody knows how to do a screen grab. It's not an easy button. Wow, this is so messed up. Oh my god. Yeah. Do that. Okay. This is messed up. Now we're into the gore that I really probably couldn't show on here, kind of in a legit, this is pretty bad looking sense. I mean, a destroyed cranium is pretty rough. And that is a destroyed cranium. Reminder, look both ways before you cross the street. Because, man. Wow, even the eyes are actually kind of in good shape. So there's some freezer burning, and there's a little bit of freezer burning on the eyes, but yeah, this is a pretty good specimen. So I think I'm going to be able to tan this and do a full mount, and I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see how bad the face is once I get a little farther in here, because of course it's the final thing I'm doing, and faces really matter if you're doing a life mount, but... Little friend, your head is just in bits. It's kind of in two major bits, honestly. How's the reaction video going for you guys? Is this working? Jiggly! The frog is here because I can't show you the squirrel that I'm working on. So there's the squirrel, and so this smiling happy friend is there to fill the time. If you'd like to see what I'm working on, I'm on Instagram. He has seen some things. Make eye contact, feel at ease. Well, and Meganura had the good idea that in the future, if I do this, I should make my face cam the big one and maybe have the little, you know, incredibly happy frog be the small one. So, you know. Again, I'm looking for feedback, looking for ideas about how I could do this, but if you would like to see the entire squirrel, who, by the way, its cracked open cranium is now very visible, it's over here on my Instagram. And man, that skull is in some bad shape. Do not get hit by cars. Getting hit by cars is bad for you. Bad for squirrels. Bad for everybody. It's out of bone fragments. Yeah, this is a juvenile male gray squirrel that was hit by a car and is in great shape except for the shattered head. So a slightly smushed squirrel. Oh, your bottom jaw, little friend. Yuck. Some of the problem when you have this much damage is the contusions kind of smash the different layers of muscle and skin together, and so it's harder to see where you're cutting. You know, are you on the right layer, basically? And so this bottom jaw is a bit of an issue here. I think I got it, but hopefully I don't have to sew a lip back together. Hypnotoad. Taxidermy reaction video, right? 4K, we can see the blood splattering on her glasses. Yep. Yeah, do it in black and white and then it's fine. I actually thought about that, because I could put a filter up that would make everything black and white, so does that make it not gore? I, I'm interested in maybe trying that. I could put that kind of filter on there. So do you think that would make it not gore? Because is it just like the red that bothers people? Because I wouldn't want to make it like out of focus or obscured. I think that'll make people sick. Um, 24 stream production. Okay, so that's something else we can try. Is or like sepia tone? Probably not. Okay, so Meganura, I think that's a good one, because I know you don't like the gore as much, so if it was black and white, do you think it'd be easier? Still say having the focus on you, but not the body. Okay. Isn't it already a gray squirrel? But ching. Okay, so Meganura, thanks for the other shout out. Okay, so next week I'll switch these two views. So the face cam will be the big one, and Happy Frog cam will be the small one, and Happy Frog cam will be in black and white, and we can try it out. I would try it. You aren't supposed to show blood, and black and white would wash it out. Yeah, and it's not splashing. You know, it's not pools of, flopping intestines around and stuff, although I do occasionally get out intestines. So, like, yeah, maybe that would work. I'm up for trying that. Wow, this head is so destroyed. Don't get hit by cars. It is sort of nice to know that this squirrel, like, absolutely didn't suffer. Death was instantaneous. Its brain is destroyed. I don't like suffering. I've worked on some animals where you can tell that they suffered at the end, and I don't like it. So I would rather have a roadkill that basically didn't experience its own death. That's a better situation for me. Black party napkins instead of paper towel. Good. There are some fascinating stories about the history of surgical scrub colors. Ooh. Okay, well, Gumby, thanks for hanging out so much. You've been great. So thank you for the lurk. I'll see you around. Could I have another shout out for OG Gumby, please? They do knitting, and they have absolutely, unquestionably, the best fingernails on Twitch. Except no substitute. Your head is so destroyed. Okay, I've got the lower jaw out. We're in the home stretch. I just need to get the upper jaw and the nose loose. And then we're good. A big part of skinning a squirrel's face, actually, is getting all of their whiskers loose. Because if you imagine, like, rodents, they can wiggle their whiskers around, and their face is actually pretty muscular, because they can move those kind of around a lot. So you have to cut below the whiskers, and they come off as this kind of pad. So it's neat, and it's very obvious when you get to it. Same thing for rats and rabbits and stuff. To make sure the whisker pad is its own kind of complete thing. Which is a little bit tougher when the face is hamburger. Man, yeah, this nose is just destroyed. Little friend, you are just in bad shape. Wow, yeah, there's actually skull fragments left on the skin that I'm just noticing. I'll have to go back and get those. Okay, almost there. Almost there, almost there. Just to find the end of the nose so I can cut through the nasal pad. Because your nose, of course, is largely, not calcium, mere cartilage. Okay, got most of the nose off. And got the upper lip. Okay, whew! Whew, yeah, no question how this particular little friend died. Do not get hit by cars, it's bad for you. Okay. Okay, so Instagram first. My skin is of course damp now, but there is a flat squirrel. And then I think I won't show it on the close-up cam. Plot twist, the squirrel was driving. Oh man. No wonder. Squirrels are known to be terrible drivers. Alright, so there is my very flat squirrel. I feel like I might have ripped part of it, but I think it's mostly just because I'm not used to the cased incision. Yeah. But there are no significant holes in the head. So there was a question earlier about can you still use the skin if it was rolled over by a car, and the answer is yes. So the skull is just destroyed. I don't know if I'd be able to clean this. Maybe? But, yeah. The skin's pretty nice, and so the skin I'll want to, I have another jar. I don't remember if it's a pickle jar, so I don't know if I'll be freaking out, coffee tables, but I am gonna salt that skin. And then, I think he has, yeah, like nothing else is broken on this. Like, the shoulders and everything are just perfectly intact. This critter was perfect except for the bits that are not. So, hey look, artisan raw leather! Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is so on, the last thing I'll do on the Instagram stream is I'm going to sever the head and clean out kind of the biggest pieces, and I'm gonna see if there's enough of the skull that I can actually try to clean it on my own. And then I think I need to take a break and kind of flip my work surface. And I'm not even sure what I want to work on next. I'll probably just detail the squirrel body, or the squirrel skin, the artisan raw leather. All right, so I now have a headless body over here, which, oh my god, gore, I guess. I mean, anything with faces is a little more gory. Like, I will admit that. Like, humans respond really strongly to faces. They respond really strongly to things that look like things. So the more, you know, your roasted chicken looks like an actual chicken, the more people are going to actually freak out. But if it looks like a roasted chicken, people are like, oh, whatever, that's delicious, you know, and they don't contextualize it as a bird. So I think that's part of what's nabbed me here is, since they're whole animals, you have to come to terms with the fact that it's a dead critter. Where if it's a steak, you're not thinking about the entire dead cow. Now that went through some jawbone. Did you guys hear that click? Oh, hey, Uncle Bill. Yeah, squirrel mentality. Leave the driver's seat, run on the hood, jump off the front bumper. That would be a squirrel. Hey man, how's it going? I just finished skinning this squirrel. So, keeping the gore out, and that's why I have my happy frog here. This is my happy no gore frog. How are you doing? And right now I'm getting the muscle off its incredibly shattered head as best I can. I might not be able to save any part of this. The jaw is pretty messed up, but cool if I could. If they see a nut, they will get that nut. Man, if they see a bagel, they will get that bagel. Like, I've seen some squirrels in my day go, oh my god, bagel! Okay, so Jiggly, here's an ignorant question. Are there squirrels in Brazil? Like, I think of all sorts of different arboreal monkey, mammal, kinkajou, whatever friggin' things, but are there squirrels in Brazil? There are, but not sure if they're native. Okay. Because this is the native species, so this one, these are all over the place. But they can also be invasive in other areas. Gray squirrels are kind of known to be a bit thuggish. Wow, this head is so messed up. The lower jaw was totally split, and... Is that too gory? Probably. Here, I'll put that back here. Okay, I hope it's not raining again when I'm done, because I'm going to definitely want to take this trash right out. So, Meganura, actually, that's something I got from taking Alice Markham's taxidermy class, is she actually tans all of her mounted mammals. And so that's something I've never done. And so I have a big rat, and then I'll have this squirrel that I'm going to try tanning and mounting. So, yeah, I did not know that. You do have a bunch of native species, but they're usually limited to untouched forests. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think Illinois has 4 native species. I think we have gray squirrels, fox squirrels, red squirrels, and flying squirrels. I swear they gang up and peer pressure each other. Bet you can't saw them through the tires of that car. Yeah, right? I'm pretty sure they do that to each other. Yeah. I once picked up a dead squirrel off of a major road that the story that I'm pretty sure unfurled there was the dead squirrel was dead in the middle of a 2-lane boulevard, and there was an injured, sickly-looking coyote in the green along the boulevard. And Chicago's finest were trying to catch it. And so I bet what happened is the coyote flushed the squirrel out into the street, and then either it was hit by a car, or it was already just in such bad shape that, it was limping around. But when I took notes about, my observations to include with the data for the specimen, I included the fact that none of the squirrels in the area seemed terribly bothered about the dead one. Like, they weren't looking at it, they didn't care that I was picking it up. They're just like, doop doop, Phil's dead, who cares? We are squirrels. He seemed to be very, blasé about the whole thing. Did you get to see the red squirrels when you were up in the UK? Not that I recall. With the little cute, ears? The cute tufted ears? I don't think so. I've taxidermied a North American red squirrel. But no, I don't think I actually managed to see any. I remember rabbits everywhere. Because again, this is Lancaster University, so like rabbits, that's the main thing I recall. Rabbits were absolutely legion. Well, I think I'm gonna get actually a pretty nice lower jaw out of this. There's some damage, but it's not too bad. Whew, that palate though. Yep, those are some bone fragments I'm not going to try and retrieve. Doop doop doo. Hello, eyeball. You can fall out now. Tongue, you can fall out now. This is gross. Wow, everything's so mushed up. It's hard to tell what I'm looking at. Hashtag stuff I probably can't show on Twitch. Oh, you're at York University. There's dozens of rabbits. Yeah, the rabbits really surprised me because they just didn't care. They're just doing their rabbit thing, and you'd be walking through the uni campus, and they're just like, "What?" You're like, "Oh, sorry, don't make eye contact with the rabbits, man." Do you get to see the red squirrels in York? I have a friend who actually just moved to York. Loads of baby ones this time of year. Okay, that's cool. My study abroad was fall to winter, so I left, what, just before the Michaelmas term? So I didn't get to see cool spring stuff. I was there for really the worst weather. It was still neat. I'm under the impression that eastern gray squirrel is taking over Western Europe. Yes. Yeah, so the eastern gray squirrel is invasive in Europe. So in the United States, it's where it's supposed to be. So my area is I'm pretty sure is its native range. But yeah, it's messing things up mightily over in Europe. As far as I recall as well, Uncle Bill. So yeah, I think you're right on that. Man, this is a mess. Yeah, the taxidermy reaction video, I guess, is kind of how we're swinging this today. Oh, so Uncle Bill, I don't know if you were on... Yeah, you only see gray squirrels. They're cute. We were discussing what if... So, with the setup that I have right now, imagine that this little image of me was actually the big one, and Charismatic Smiley Frog here was the little screen. So I, swap the two sides, and then this camera is black and white. Do you think then I could show my work on that? Or do you think that would still cause conniption fits? So that's our current kind of workshopped idea. People are not loving the Instagram. I respect that. I don't love it either. Man. Blah. Just a lot of meat hanging off of this at this point. Oh, is this part of the jaw? Wow, yeah, that's really broke. Well, okay, maybe the jaw's not as good of a shape as I thought it was. Don't get hit by cars. It's real bad for you. Young Mr. Squirrel says, this was a mistake. Okay. Well, I've got a lot of the cheek off, which is good. So squirrels have ginormous cheeks because they have those big, strong jaw muscles to eat, famously chew through nuts and things like that. So that's like a lot of real estate on a squirrel's head. It's just cheekbones or cheek muscle. And neck. They have stupid strong necks. Like, when I was volunteering at a wildlife rehab center in Ohio, one of the rules that we had for adult male squirrels is if you have to pull them out of a carrier, grab them around his neck and squeeze as hard as you can because they only can't breathe for a second. It was just like, you just grab that little monster as hard as you can because otherwise they will get away from you and they will savage you. It was scary. Adult male squirrels were scary. This idea, problem is that none of us really know what Twitch might do. Yeah. Yeah. No, Uncle Bill, you're right. But unfortunately, the Instagram there's just such a delay, and you can't minimize it. You can't. It's just not a friendly co-stream. That doesn't seem to be the answer I was kind of hoping it would be. Ooh. Okay, I think both... Is that bone in there? Yeah, that's bone in there. Oh wow, the two sides of the head are just... Can I just rip this apart? This is weird looking. I wish I could show you guys. This is weird looking. Reaction videos only for the necropsy. Yeah, the stuff I'm doing right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and agree that this is probably too gross for anybody, because I'm kind of grossed out. And I have to feel it. Like, this eyeball feels weird. So, you know, there's certain stuff, but the actual, like, skinning? I don't know. Let's get this little bit of brain out of here. Yeah, this skull might be too far gone for me to try and repair. It's fun to think about, but this is pretty bad. Another news, palette is rubbery. Feels funny. Well, I mean, I might as well see if I can clean it. I don't think I can. I think this skull is gonna just be trash. Because it's so fragmented, it's just in super, super bad shape. But it really doesn't hurt anything to give it a soak and see if I can get it. And then I can just always make the call later that it's in fact hamburger, and I'm not gonna ever make it look squirrely ever again. And this is another one where if I had the beetles and the beetles could clean it for me, I bet I could do it. But without the beetle cleaning, I think I'm gonna be too rough on it to clean it out. Oh, those eyeballs are so gross. Okay, so to give you guys reaction reference, the eyeballs are still attached to the brain, but not the skull. I basically pulled the front of the skull off, and so you've seen like those horror movie things where they've got the two little eyeballs and like a floating brain. It kind of looks like that. Maybe an overlay plugin. Like, followers can click X to close the thingy that is covering the gore cam. I don't know, because that's still that gore content on Twitch's site. And so, like, if you had someone who was naked in a hot tub, 100% nude in a hot tub, you can't show nudity. And so it's not like they could have a little overlay over the nudity, and then you would click to show it. So, I don't think you could do that. Here's a story. Streamer Coco the Louder started out teaching belly dancing before Twitch even had creative or art categories. Got banned. Fast forward a few weeks, and one department of Twitch is sending her thank yous for inspiring creative categories, even while her appeals are still in process in another department. Yeah, my appeal never... I still haven't gotten any response from my appeal. Yeah. No, it's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, because I'm trying. Here I am, trying to find a way to coexist. It's their site, they can have whatever dumbass rules they want. But... You think the separated head and body are too freaky? One at a time, maybe? Okay, let me... Okay, so Meganura, I have obscured the dead body, and now I'm working on the freaky head. Science fiction skull with floaty eyes. Just do not know your description. Yeah, it's basically what it is. Honestly, I'm hoping, I think I am inspiring more people to do taxidermy, or to at least appreciate real elements of life, you know. Everybody has looked at roadkill at some point, you know, and to not be branded a freak for that, and instead, you know, understand that your curiosity about how things look and real stuff is fine. You know, because that's what my desk was, is you could stand there and unabashedly look at a thing that most of the time you were told you were a bad person for wanting to look at. And that's garbage, because, like, What is medical school? Medical school is looking at piles of meat that belong to humans and, telling if that meat is happy or sad. And understand what's legal, yeah. I spend so much time talking about law. We were joking. I don't think of, so the D&D scale, where does your alignment fall? I don't really think of myself as being lawful. Um, but I do think it's important to know what the law is. That's different. Being informed is different from being lawful. So I definitely am a big fan of be informed and, then make educated decisions based on that information. And a lot of people actually ask me if I hate wildlife law because it's so restrictive, and I'm like, heck no. I love wildlife law. Bring it on. Because it protects wildlife. And the little bit that it inconveniences me, the trade-off is that it will save species from extinction. And has done so and has had measurable effect. Like, also thank you for that chat command, Meganera. Yeah, no, I'm 100% for most wildlife laws. I think some of them are badly implemented. Um, I think there's good and bad ways to handle that sort of thing, but that that's a little different. Yeah, but being personally inconvenienced by a law does not mean the law is bad. It might mean that you needed to, do a little more research before doing whatever that thing was. And there are bad laws, and that's the reason why I'm kind of like I don't think of myself as lawful, because there are some bad laws that need to be changed. There's bad implementation of bad laws, and there's some stuff. But you can only change them if you know what those things are. Alright, eyeballs are gone. Goodbye, eyeballs. You were really gross. It's kind of out of the way? No, it's kind of worse. I think I'm making that worse. That's all palate bone. That's sinus. That's sinus. Mammal brains are weird. Uncle Bill. It's exactly the sort of thing some of the techie techs and TF are capable of. Talk to Me, G. Ghostman wrote the original user-active closed caption integration before Twitch made their own. Wow. That's fascinating. Yeah, because I think there's a time and a place for overlays. I think the one thing that you can't do, though, is make it so people can opt into things that are definitely against code-type stuff. Although, wouldn't it be funny? Maybe I could just have a little, so imagine Mr. Frog here. What if I had, just a little fuzz-out box over Mr. Frog? Although I think that would make people ill if I was working behind a little, fuzzed-out bit. Alright, bloop. Got the majority of the brain out. The absolutely splashed brain. Let's see. Probably what I want to do. Okay. So, with very little context, I am going to show you the back of the skull. It is bright red with gore, but I think it really demonstrates how bad the damage was. But hopefully without the context, people won't find it too great. So if you don't want to see the back of the squirrel's head, look away. Ready? Here we go. Happy Frog Cam. The rest of the face should be over here. but the skull basically broke in half right here behind the eyes. And so that's how traumatic this was. And the whole palate is just shattered. So basically, that's half of the skull just cracked off from being hit by a car. Don't get hit by cars. Okay, so I have a little pile of head chunkos. Okay. Alright. The shade of red is oddly nice. Well, it looks like fresh meat. Because it's fresh meat, which a lot of people eat. Not everybody. But yeah. Alright. Whew, my hands are sweaty. Alright, excellent humans. It's 9 o'clock. I have been doing this for 3 hours, and I have successfully skinned my squirrel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it like a 10-15 minute break, eat something, drink something, wash my hands, and kind of tidy up my workspace. And then I think for the rest of the stream it's going to be cleaning skulls. So I'm going to take the skull that I just got out of the squirrel and get that into some hydrogen peroxide. Oh man, baby froggies. Okay, after the break, once my hands are clean. Yeah, wash hands first, then eat drink. Absolutely. So yeah, after this I'm going to transition, so I'll turn off the Instagram stream and I'll just do skull cleaning on this stream. So the Happy Froggy cam will become skull cleaning, and I'll move it to mostly not gross, I think is where I'm at. So, alright. So yeah, Meganura, do not let me forget baby frogs when I get back on. I will see everybody in 10-15 minutes. I also recommend that you guys stand up, stretch, get a beverage, look at something distant, all those important things. And I will see everybody in a couple minutes. Had a bowl of cereal and kefir, and I sat on my balcony admiring the moon and reading a nice email from TKF. So, feeling better. Oh, I don't know how many people are left, but whoever's here, hey, thanks. So I am going to start cleaning up my space here. I'll leave the camera on just this. Oh, hey. Oh, baby frogs. All right, we'll do that first. Baby frogs. Get that set up. See, Meganera, I rely on you. Absolutely rely on you. Papa Dookie, where's my squirrel guts? Your squirrel guts were featured on Instagram, but not, in fact, on this here page due to not wanting to get banned. Okay, browse review. Baby frogs. Okie dokie. So yeah, Papa Dookie, there were squirrel guts, cause my oh my, that squirrel was smushed, but not on Twitch. Can't be cruel to the dead frozen animals. That one right there? Jiggly, you feeling that one? That is a cute baby frog. Oh, up here? Yeah, that's different. That's different. This looks horrible. That's kind of what I assume parenthood is like. Let's see. That one's classic. That's a very polite frog. Let's see. That one's fake. Cute. Boop. Froglets. You know, actually, Dr. Allison had some really good, let's see if I can find her stuff. So, Dr. Allison says... Oh my god, I'm forgetting how to spell sacerdote. I think... Oh, that's Allison. She's been posting some great pictures of baby frogs. Let's see if... da-da-da. Oh, no, not yet. Papa Dookie, I have not yet tried to get the eggs to grow. I need to get a clean container, because the one that was in there was, like, moldy. But it has to be something that doesn't have soap on it, because the soap can harm the babies, so I haven't quite gotten that one started yet. Come on, Allison. Where's your, like, she had, on Facebook, she had just handfuls of her baby froggos. Snickety snicks. Here we go. There's a tiny baby frog with tail still attached. Little tree frogs are loving my camp this year. And those, they get loud. Yeah, right? Yeah, so actually this one is a spring peeper that's just morphing into adulthood, so it's a froglet with the tail still on it. So, yeah, this is one of probably only your little friends. Look at that little tail. Yeah, so if you want baby frogs, you follow Allison. Her research is great. So these are actually wood frogs. You can still see that little stump of a tail on there from that guy. So wood frogs are one of her main things that she is working on conservation of. Frogs should keep the tail, it makes them cuter. Yeah. And, you know, baby snakes. Tiny baby snake. Actually, no, that one's a pretty big one. That might be one of last year's. Yeah, it recaptures with the head starts. So this is a snake that Dr. Allison released last year after raising in captivity to reintroduce. And so they do track, and so this one is a recapture of one of their introduced smooth green snakes into the prairie. And then a milk snake, and what's that, a fox snake? Yeah, a fox snake. The only oviparous snake species in the study sites. As opposed to oviviviparous. Oh man, baby frogs. There, this one only has, like, what, one real set of legs and then the big huge tail? Look at that little face. There you go. Baby frog face. I like how tadpoles grow legs first and then the arms right. Yeah, they're so weird. Frog metamorphosis is just odd. Look at that smooth boy. So, yeah. Dr. Allison is on Twitter as I am with Herps. I strongly recommend following her if you're on Twitter. She's amazing. Her conservation work is so cool. Yeah, there's some more head starts, and she has a lot of really cute pictures. So. Oh wow. Like a little masked shrew. Aww. Tiny baby smooth green snake. And she posts pictures of plants too, and insects, and all sorts of stuff. Oh my god, her intern's name is Allison this year? Anyway. They're here or there, but it's kind of funny. Alright, so, I feel I've been properly distracted by this. Remember we were discussing the mouse plague? Yes. I found out the dog food we feed our guys has their factory in the center of the affected area. Ooh. In 3 days, their entire warehouse of prepared food shipped out supply... Wait. 3 days, their entire warehouse of ship out and supplies to make the food were destroyed by the mouse invasion. Yay! Papa Doogie, that mouse plague is unreal. Oh, hey, Meganura, good use of the herp chat command. Oh, slow-mo of bees. Oh my god! Yay! Boreal chorus frog! Oh, that's great. That's a good capture. Right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop with the baby frogs now and go back to stuff, but sex crazed slimy creature, you are 100% accurate. That is absolutely what's going on there. That is the cry of a frog who wants some. It is way cute. Oh, I'm so distracted by all this. I love Allison's stuff. I follow her stuff all the time. So yeah. Super recommend if you're on Twitter, follow Dr. Allison. She is amazeballs. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have it on this camera view for a second while I am continuing to get my area cleaned up because there's gore all over it still. I got rid of the squirrel body, but there's a lot of blood smeared around. So I gotta get to that. Actually, let's go see if I'm gonna see if I have a jar, I think I do, that I can just immediately start salting this skin in. So... Alright. And just so I don't freak out coffee tables, this one is a former honey jar. So... Smells a little bit like the honey still. I don't think that'll hurt anything though. Alright, and then I think I still have salt. Okay. If anything, honey will kill bacteria, right? Meganura, there's another person who is on my chat a lot who has salted their own skins, and they literally had the same brand of pickle jar that they were salting a skin in. So when I showed it, they were creeped out because the pickle jar was like within view of their computer, and it looked like I had a weird like doppelganger pickle jar. So. Yeah, it was a good one. Put on the gloves for this. Yeah, so I don't think Coffee Tables is on right now, but we had a funny bonding moment over pickle jars. Because they're a nice shape and they're a nice size, you know? Dang it. I'll take this one off. I went and... Oh, hey, we were talking about pickle jars. So this time I'm salting in a honey jar. I'm not gonna do this. I am so not used to doing this. I should have turned my squirrel skin back wrong side out because you want the juicy side to get the most salt exposure. You want the salt on both sides, but I could have done better here. But I didn't. I did not do better. And they say honey is from a single type of plant. Do they track the bees and kill the ones going to the wrong plants? Tiny little bee snipers. It's an unsanctioned flower, home dog. So the short answer to that is I have no idea. Like, I know a little bit about industrial honey, so I know that they basically just feed them corn syrup, and they live entirely indoors, but I don't really know about that. Mox Brower, do you know anything about honey bees and honey production? Yeah, the bees will go with whatever flower will provide for their, brood. They got other priorities other than, ooh, this one's orange blossoms or whatever. Okay, that was pretty good. All right, so there's my skin. Well, oh, yeah, but so your orange blossom flower also probably has some dandelions in it, and they're just not going to worry about the fact it's not pure. Mossbrower, we're wondering if honey is labeled as being, a specific plant. How do they decide that the animal's doing that? Hey, Faharas, how's it going? Oh my god, isn't it the absolute butt middle of the night for you, or is it the morning? Okay, you won't get 100% fear, but the idea is it's mostly that one. That I'd be willing to believe. Alright, so it's pretty salted, and we'll see how that goes. And then I just reopen that. Okay, so they basically just make sure there's a lot of the flour. Okay, so there seems to be a going consensus. Okay, so now I have 3 jars of salty skins. So that's doing its thing. Close this up. Ooh, with wildflower honey, they truck the bees around to different sites where the flowers are blooming. That's cool. I did know you can rent bees. I did know that. I personally have helped move bees. This came up with a friend, learned about the practice, and got very sad at the prospect that some bees might be left behind. I had to tell her that bees are very good at homing. No more shampoo, we demand real poo. That belongs on the dad joke channel. Okay. So this is just water. That is some grode. Let's put my grode over there for a second. Using that water, let's get some of this gore up. Fa la la. I know a little about food science. I briefly flirted with a degree with it, but halfway through I was stolen away by the library. I feel like there's some overlap, though, in those things. I have a hive stop in my front yard. I have a hive stop in my front yard to rest during hive winds. I don't know what that means. We see trucks carrying beehives often. Omega Nura, you haven't seen this shirt before? Heck yeah. Okay. Like a whole mess of them on one branch to the point I thought it was a dead animal in my little tree. Oh, okay, yeah. And at the Nature Museum, there were hives on top of the museum. So they had, dedicated hives, but every once in a while they would split and you'd get a big bee ball in one of the trees around. And I actually got to help relocate a bee ball once. Because the usual person who came and did that was ill. And so I got to put on the whole outfit and be covered in bees, and it was awesome. They were very sweet and nice, because of course when they're doing that, they're very mellow. Basically the queen was, yeah. It's 2:30, but some new beds are kicking up my insomnia. Ooh, well, welcome. I hope you have a nice time while you're not sleeping. Yeah, just find the queen, the rest will follow. And went on Craigslist, and within an hour I had a guy with a box helping me free of charge. Yeah. I mean, because basically when those hives split like that, it's free livestock. Honeybees are not wild animals exactly, they're livestock. And so you're basically like, hey, chicken farmer, would you like 5,000 free chickens? And they're like, yeah, I would like 5,000 free chickens, and so they'll just show up and grab them. And yeah, the person who was the volunteer at the Nature Museum, it was kind of more of a pro bono thing, really. She maintained the hives at the Nature Museum, at the Chicago Botanic Garden, I think at the Lincoln Park Zoo, and I think at the Garfield Park Conservatory. A whole bunch of places. She was rad. I'm assuming she still is rad. I've just, lost contact with her. And so she would sneak in and take care of the bees on top of the museum and did, like, all the work. And we almost never saw her, but she was cool beyond all belief. So, yeah, I only use the past tense because I don't get to talk to her now. Yeah, European bees sting like buggery. Yep. Oh, really? Your native bees aren't stingers. That's like the one thing that Australia seems to have going for it, then. Everything else wants to kill you. Yeah, honeybees are European bees. They're livestock. If they're in the United States, they're feral livestock. So they're effectively the same as pigeons, except instead of laying eggs that you can eat, they produce honey that you can eat. And I mean, they are pollinators, and so they do help plants, but they're not as good as your native pollinators. Often rated native beehives, the honey is so good. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna move you over here. Alright, I'm gonna not lose this tiny little jaw. Oop, I think that's everything. Okay, I'm gonna go dump out my old hydrogen peroxide water and get ready for the next round. One moment. Alright. That. Okay. I have substantially removed all the gore. So, I'm gonna switch cameras now. Okay, so let's do mostly not gross. And our happy little froggo is now gonna be off to the side. And let's make this a bit taller. There we go. Okay. We used to only have 3/4 of the honey. Only take 3/4 of the honey. Those they always have some left. Yeah. Glad to see us talking about having options again after Tuesday. Yeah. No. Alright. So. It's mostly not gross, right? You can tell there's something in that cup, but it might as well be chorizo. So I'm not gonna worry about it too freaking much. And so that is the absolutely shattered squirrel skull. And now I'm going to use my tiny remaining amount of hydrogen peroxide and fizz it on up. Alright. Hot tub stream. Boom, right there. Oh, I had basically none left in there. Put that on the old shopping list. Right now, before I totally forget. Art. It's art. Alright. I should have put it on this list. Sarian Alaroth. Sarian Alaroth. Hey, thank you for the follow. I'm currently adding hydrogen peroxide to my shopping list. I'm gonna say times 5. So I really need to stock up. Okay. So the little bit of hydrogen peroxide I have left, I have in here. So Sarian, am I saying your name correctly? Please feel free to correct it to the way you would pronounce it. But yeah, so in this frothing mess is a shattered... Okay, thank you. This is a shattered skull of a eastern gray squirrel that I just finished skinning, and it is now in hydrogen peroxide, which is fizzing up because it's ripping apart the oxygen, or it's ripping the oxygen molecules out of the organic material and all the blood and everything, and converting it to free O2 and water. So this is now a disgusting soup, basically, which is turning hydrogen peroxide into water and oxygen with some squirrel in it. So that I'm going to set off to the side while it's just doing its thing. And what I have here are 2 rat skulls and a mouse skull that have already done the soak. You can see they're completely white and bleached out, and I just need to get some more of the tissue off. So at this point, this is what I'm pretty much going to do, I think, for the rest of the evening, because I finished the mega gross stuff. But yeah, that's where I'm at. And so I've got the squirrel's skin salting, and the shattered skull soaking, and we are moving on. Ugh. And yeah, going back to something that Meganura asked before, I have never before tanned a mammal skin before taxidermying it. That's a new technique that I'm just learning about. And so I've never tanned anything before. So I've got a bunch of stuff salting right now. And it's a whole squirrel, a squirrel tail, a colossal rat, I think a small rat, and just a tiny swatch of mouse pelt. And that's the stuff I'm going to try tanning on my own, and we'll see how that actually goes. Because I know for smaller mammals you don't really need to tan them, you can get away with it, but I'm absolutely happy to believe that you'll get a better result if you do, and so that's kind of what I'm trying. Because when we were doing the research specimens, we never tanned it. That was just, you dry that puppy and get it into the drawer in the collection as fast as you can. But I can see the value of tanning it, I just don't have a lot of space. I almost finished my, speaking of skulls, I almost got the sheep skull out of its soak today, but I got distracted by a whole bunch of other stuff, and then it rained, so I didn't go back outside. But for anybody who's been following the saga of that sheep skull, it is now growing algae, so I have to get it out of there. But... Two scientists walk into a bar. The chemist says, I'll have H2O. The biologist says, I'll have H2O too. The bartender serves them, they drink, and the biologist dies. Classic. We do appreciate incredibly nerdy science-based humor on this channel. Man. So you guys can mostly see what I'm working on, I think. I feel like when I'm working on bones, I do need like a dark-colored background of some sort. Wait, did I just lose the tooth? Where'd the tooth go? Oh, that's right, I pushed it through. This lower jaw is broken, so the, one of the lower incisors can just slide around. It gets lost inside its own jaw. As you do. I keep nearly giving up on this mouse lower mandible. It's really small. This is where, for anybody who watches, like, Odd Bone Mo, formerly known as Mo the Bone Lady, or Articulate Reptile, they do bone articulation, and they have the flesh-eating beetles who clean the bones off for them, and so they get just gorgeous, gorgeous, delicate work. I do not have those beetles. I am just a big derpy human, and so as I try to hand clean this stuff, I'm not necessarily doing the best job. Yeah, both mandibles just came apart. I might have to admit defeat on this mandible. I'll put that off to the side for now. There's a taxidermy enthusiast in our department. Found his to-do material when one of the freezers gave up in the summer. Lots of scoops of specimen. Yep. I missed the reference to that. Back up. Ooh, Papa Dookie. Okay, now I get the reference, and that's messed up. But yes. Yeah, Bon Mo. Uncle Bro, I caught my son chewing on electrical cords, so I had to ground him. Oh, he's doing better currently. Oh, okay, the fact that there's a follow-up, 2 follow-ups, that's magnificent. That's magnificent. Well done. Paharis, are those beetles something an average person can keep as a pet? Oh, absolutely. They're very easy to maintain. And they unfortunately are very good at living in human habitations. You've probably had them in a food product at some point that you did not want them there. My problem is if I want to feed them the bodies and stuff that I work on, there is an odor. So, most people who have the flesh-eating beetles also... Oh, I couldn't resist. Stop. Just stop. They're also called domestic beetles. Have them outdoors. Yeah, Mega Nerd, you bring the band hammer on Uncle Bill. For all the bad dad jokes. But so you can have the domestics. You can buy them online. They're easy to acquire. But there's a smell. And so if you're doing this sort of work, they're better to keep outdoors. Or you need to have a living situation where either you have enough room that you don't mind the smell, and you have you cohabitate with other human beings who don't mind the smell. So they also just bonus protein. The smell is a thing. The smell is a thing. It's not... I don't mind it, really. But yeah, it's a thing. So I know a couple people have the beetles. I just, in my apartment, because I have no outdoor space other than my tiny, tiny little balcony, I don't have any dirt space, basically. Oh, Papa Dookie, I don't know where that's going, but I have to imagine it's a thing. So I can't have the domestics here. But a lot of people, have them. They're not actually that hard to keep. You feed them dead stuff. If you don't have enough specimens to give them, you just throw in like a chicken breast. Shovel up. Okay, so Diesel's your dog. And so Oh, so you're saying that since the dung beetles hibernate, you actually have to do the cleanup instead of the dung beetles. I got you. Um, the smell gets everywhere, and human noses are great at picking up any traces. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Papa Doogie, took me a second. I'm getting sleepy. Took me a second to follow your train, but I got there. Um, but yeah, so like at the Field Museum, when you go into the beetle room, I actually know people who will sometimes go in there to take breaks because it's actually kind of pleasant to just hear the soft chewing noises and the hum of the fans. Um, and the smell is a thing, and if you're okay with the smell, that's okay, but I don't think I'd want it where I could also smell my dinner cooking. You know, that sort of thing. And actually, I was talking to Oddbone Mo about her setup, and she was saying that she basically couldn't really do the work that she does until she moved into a living situation where she had the space. So she confirmed that, you know, I can't really half-ass it in mine. So, yeah, I kind of would love to have a domestic colony, but even the Chicago Academy of Sciences didn't have a domestic colony. I kept trying to figure out if there's a way that we could have one, but the museum was not located in a place where they could control the grounds. The grounds actually belong to the local park district. And so we couldn't, like, set up a death shed with them outside. And so even that museum didn't have dermestids. And the Field Museum is considered kind of crazy pants by the community because their domestic colony is on the same floor embedded in their collection. Which just, you know, that's just asking for the Library of Alexandria to burn, pretty much, but they make it work. Haters gonna hate. But it is funny, every once in a while you know, a tour would go through and you'd get the gasps of, I can't believe this is in your collection. From, you know, people who understand what a domestid can do. Or rather, what 50 or 100 domestids could do. Probably like ferrets. I never minded the smell of my ferrets. Some people who visited hated me for it. Yeah, ferrets is a very specific smell. Wondering if you could get maggots from an angler shop to do the cleanup. Actually, Sarian, we've talked about some of the alternatives, like mealworms. When I was at a animal rehab, we had a mealworm bin because we fed out the mealworms, but we would often throw just like some dang thing's head in there and whatever, and they would clean the bones. So it wasn't like an intentional, we really did it for the bones. It was mostly like, here's some free food. But there are alternatives, but in the end, they're still late-stage decomposers, and so you need to have kind of dry, old tissue for most of those sitting around, and you wouldn't want an early-stage decomposer like a fly maggot, because they don't clean to the same depth. So they probably would do an okay job, but fly maggots are actually really picky, and they want it to be really fresh overall. Whereas the nice thing about dermestids is they actually want it super old, so as it dries out and gets funkier, they like it more. Gotta know your decomposers. But yeah, there's definitely multiple bugs that'll help you out with that. There's a lot of decomposers in the world. Yeah, fly maggots are good at removing gangrene because they're on your living tissue. So even though the gangrene, of course, is dying or dead tissue, it's actually pretty fresh and it's still on the original delicious platter. But it's not like old mummified, you know, weeks old tissue that they're eating. They want it juicy. Fly maggots want it juicy. Domestids want it dry. Fly maggots want meatloaf, and dermestids want jerky. You're welcome. It was actually a lot of fun at the museum. I would do the decomposer walk at Bugapalooza, And that was a major part of the talk, was talking about the different stages of decomposers. And, a lot of people know about the forensics things where they can sometimes tell how long a body has been wherever it is because of what is eating it. Because the different decomposers show up at really distinctly different times, and you can pretty accurately judge how long something has been dead by what's eating it. Hmm. I'm here to help. Body farm in Georgia? Yeah. That's one of the main places where they just, let people sit out there rotting and watched what happened, and that gets you a lot of really useful data. Is the body farm also where they found out that deer were eating dead people? I forget if that was the one. But it's like a great photograph of a deer in winter with a human rib sticking out of its mouth like a cigar. Ooh, there's a big booger. Yeah, look. Yeah, and displacing bones. I mean, deer love eating critters. Yeah, cows will do that too. Yeah, deer will totally eat bones when given the chance. They need the calcium. And deer can be a real problem for people who are mist netting birds because they will walk along the mist nets and pull the struggling birds out and just eat them. So yeah, don't 100% trust Bambi. The deer want your sweet, sweet trace nutrients. So I guess you can describe deer as a late stage decomposer and a lot of that. Although the birds, they do eat fresh. Fresh and struggling. Oh dear. The obvious only response. See, a kangaroo won't eat you. They'll just punch you to death. They're used as an analog to talk about how whale ancestors got interested in going back into the water. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, most herbivores are opportunistic omnivores. From what I understand, in most terrestrial cases, herbivory is a more advanced trait. So early terrestrial vertebrates were like all carnivorous, and herbivory evolved multiple times as a more advanced life form. Because it takes a lot of specialization to pull off herbivory, and it doesn't actually take a lot of specialization to be a carnivore. And this is where my Tuesday stream is good, because at the moment I don't want to take the time to, like, cite my sources on that, so ginormous grain of salt, because I can't take the time to cite my sources. But if I remember that from a talk I went to, they were looking at the timeline of when things would appear, and it's almost always the carnivores kind of pop up or populate areas first, and then they evolve into herbivores as they get better at being in that area. So it's breathing oxygen because plants started expelling their poison gas to scare off animals that fed on them. Ooh. I haven't heard that. That I don't know. There's actually less oxygen now than there had been at various points in the past. That's why, like, insects don't get as big these days and stuff. So yeah, basically, Papaduki, I hadn't heard that one. I mean, it's not you can breathe pure oxygen. You know, the nitrogen and other things in our atmosphere are really good, but you can breathe pure oxygen. It just makes you giddy. I don't know. We're getting to I don't know. Problem with herbivory is it's really useful specialization when it opens up niche nobody else is taking advantage of, but it's easy to get stuck in an evolutionary ratchet where you can't go back. See, horses almost all of which went extinct. Yeah. Yeah, Papaduki, I'm not sure. That's one I would have to look up. So that's another one. We should talk about that on Tuesday. Because I do know that the levels of oxygen in the atmosphere have changed wildly over the course of our planet's lifetime, and changed wildly even just during the course of, like, you know, the various major eras of life on the planet. So that's interesting, and I don't know. If you happen to do the research and find an article or whatever on that, then please post it on my Discord. But otherwise, I will try to follow up on that on Tuesday, because that's kind of a cool concept. And this is just for anybody who's maybe new to my channel. If I say a science thing that you're not sure is right, please call me out. Absolutely. And if you can cite a source, a legitimate source, with different information, that's what I need, and that's what I'm always looking for. And so I should be able to cite my sources when I'm saying things, which, again, right now, because I'm trying to focus on this, I'm not taking the time to do that. You know, that I am not as reliable as if I was citing my sources. So keep that in mind. I do not claim to know everything, because that would be a wrong thing. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to call this mouse done. So there's my little mouse. So this is the one where the lower mandible kind of fell apart, which is too bad, but you know, overall, it's a good little mouse skull. Sometimes we can stretch track for hours at a time. Absolutely. Yes. Antioxidants. Yeah. It's more a byproduct during evolution, usually bound by minerals. And optimistics took advantage of its abundance. Neat. X-Mouse. Absolutely true. Yeah, see, this is what I'm looking for. Thank you for providing all of this. Because chemistry is not a strong suit for me. I love it. I think the concepts are neat, but I don't. My knowledge is pretty narrow. So bring it the hell on, people. I love it. I'm gonna call him Chad. All right, so this is Chad, the little guy here. Absolutely. Again, that's another one. If anybody wants to write a note on my Discord so I remember that, I will keep it labeled as such. Because I've told you guys the story of my my first mounted rat I did when I was preparing for teaching classes, right? I'm pretty sure at least Meganura has heard this. Pretty sure the whole anaerobic versus aerobic thing predates land life entirely. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, Perry, you're new. Okay, so again, my background is in research. Oh, that's a really good piece. Preservation. And so the vast majority of the things that I've taxidermied are study skins to be used as research specimens. I haven't done a lot of mounted specimens. And at the museum, we were bumping around, could I teach a taxidermy class to the public to make money? And to hype up, you know, interest in the collection and things like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, I think so. Let me try some stuff. And so basically, I grabbed a feeder rat, you know, just a white rat that was meant to be fed to a snake that we had available, and while at the public desk, so it's a regular day, the museum's open, people are walking by, I basically timed myself where I'm like, okay, how fast and how simply can I assemble a rat in a way that will get you an end product that is a truly taxidermied rat but cuts a lot of corners, and I'm not going to take the time to make it look perfect. I'm just going to assemble it. I want it to look nice. I want it to look like something someone would want, but it's not, I'm not spending forever exactly grooming it. And so I worked on this rat all day. It was really nice. And I was pretty happy with her when I was done. And as I was wrapping up, I think I was actually getting her onto her little wooden stand that she was going on. Visitors stopped by, and in the group was a youngish kid. He was maybe 9 or 10, something like that. And something that kids will ask occasionally is, what was the animal's name? And my usual version, I have different versions of it, but usually my answer is something along the lines of, oh, I never knew this animal when it was alive, so I don't know its name. What would you call it? And so I had this mounted rat. She came out very nicely. And this kid came up and asked what her name was. And I was same answer. Oh, I didn't know when I was alive. What would you call her? And he gets real serious. And he really thinks about it. Forehead smooshed, like the whole, like, and he goes, she looks like a Marla. And I'm like, and so she's still labeled. She's in my hallway right now. Marla. Okay. So this 10-year-old kid, that's the name he pulls out for this mounted rat, is Marla. And I'm like, forever. This rat forever is going to be named Marla. And so it was. And there's no way that kid will ever know that, but I hope somewhere he has a good feeling, because he named Marla the rat, and I absolutely respected that, and it's been that way forever. So yeah, if someone wants to name a thing that's important to them and it's not, like, offensive, fab. So, go back a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was an already dead frozen feeder rat. Yeah, no, Perry, that's okay. Ask questions, and feel free to emote loudly, and we'll try to figure out what your questions are. But yeah, the feeder rats for reptiles, ideally you should not feed live rats or mice to a snake or other things. They're actually very likely to injure the captive reptile, and so most people just feed out frozen. And for the museums, we just have bags and bags and bags of frozen ones in the freezers on the dock to be able to thaw out and feed all the animals. So you just buy dead rats in bulk. So, I'm almost 50 and I feel like a little kid now. Oh, excellent! Well, congratulations. If there's more things I can answer to make you giddy with excitement as a child, I will provide you with this. Isn't learning freaking sweet? Well, that was always, again, the nice thing about the desk is people were allowed to ask questions that they'd either straight up not been allowed to ask or felt like they couldn't ask before. It was basically a safe place for things you always wanted to know but were too afraid to ask, kind of garbage. And, yeah. We were just hanging out, doing the work. There'd be 2 or 3 or 4 of us in the lab, generally talking about food and picking apart whatever and taking lots and lots of measurements and whatever like that, and it was great. It's a good team. Yeah, bonks the mouse in the head and throws it in. Yeah, and that's how snakes lose eyes. That's because if you think about how most constrictors especially hunt, they're ambush predators. Well, actually, pretty much all snakes, they're ambush predators. So they hold very, very still and wait for their prey to walk across their path, and then they strike. And so your mouse or whatever is pretty much dead before it realizes something horrible has happened, or so wrapped up in the coils that its opinion no longer matters. Whereas if it's chucked into a glass box that reeks of snake, and and it has any consciousness left in it at all, it's 100% gonna fight until the last. And yeah, they I've known a couple cases where you get some one-eyed snakes, or they're just straight up dead. The mouse will absolutely, or the rat will absolutely kill it. So, I'm past that. You're not supposed to ask. Good for you. Okay, yeah, if you bonks them real good, sometimes people just try to daze them so they're kind of like their heart's still beating. They think that's really important. That's a way to lose an eye. Yeah, Sarian, that mouse knows that it's doomed and it will fight until the last, and the damage can be considerable. So yeah, if it's freshly dead, that's fine. If you're willing to be the one to bonk it, then fine, you bonk it, but don't throw it in there with any opinions left in its tiny little soul. And there's edge cases for that. You know, sometimes freshly, if you have like a wild caught snake, sometimes they won't eat dead at first. But that's usually just a getting used to captivity thing. So even then, if you give them a large enough terrarium, they can still be the ambush predator, and the mouse doesn't know where they are. Whereas if it's a glass box where the giant coiled monster is in one corner, the mouse will figure it out. They're not that smart, but they're not that dumb. Come on. Ugh, there's a bunch of the muscle at the bottom of the eye orbit that's giving me some hassle. Yeah, the mouse gets one whiff of the snake and it'll just go bonkers. It's also, yeah, cervical dislocation is fine. Yeah, okay, and actually, Sarian, I think that's what it is. Bonking, I feel, is less certain, whereas if you cervical dislocation, the mouse is done. Oh, Perry, if English is not my first language, so when I write something stupid, just ask. Alright. Fair enough. So, cervical dislocation is, your cervical vertebrae, so the top of your neck, and so you basically you separate the spine at the neck, and you can do that with putting something there and twisting it. You can use scissors. There's a couple different ways. That's very common for research. That's how you sacrifice the research things. Yeah, breaking its neck. You can also just twist. Yeah, like a fish. Almost 60 here, and I'm all about chasing down teachers to ask dumb questions. Heck yeah. Built a community to bring together teachers. Yeah. Hey, Uncle Bill, tell us more about that community that you're referencing. Let's grow on that. Ooh, I haven't made a TKF command. Meganur, if you're still on, can you give me a reminder? No, thank you, Uncle Bill. See, this is why I need you on my channel, to point out the obvious that I've forgotten. I need a TKF command. So TKF is the Knowledge Fellowship. And I am behind on getting my Knowledge Fellowship infrastructure up. Although, I think I saw that Dr. WD40 responded to my email about that. So I will be doing more work to get that stuff up. Fabulous. So actually, Meganura, if you want to steal that, more of that text from Uncle Bill, but also thank you for just whipping that together. Because yeah, having more of a description of what the Knowledge Fellowship is, I think, is a really important element of having the chat command. Ooh, I got those sinuses nice and clean. Yeah, you can see these two openings now in the palate. Just got that shmoo out of there. Feeling good. Shmoo, of course, is a technical term. Perry, well, I know I'm going to read when I make my morning coffee. Heck yeah. Caesarean, I haven't really used my fingers. I usually use scissors to kind of pop it, but I can see what you're saying with that. Oh, okay, so all those newbies have now finally been added. That's great. The amount of work that all of you founder committee types put together is just amazing. Hey, Meganera, thank you so much. Yeah, because it looked like there's a image that I'll be able to add to my about page about the Knowledge Fellowship too, so I'll get that taken care of probably Monday. But yeah, if you like science streams and you like actually, or not even just science, but broadly speaking, just education, if you like learning stuff and like doing it on the live streams of Twitch, the Knowledge Fellowship is great because it's so many educators. You get, you know, people like me hanging out with dead stuff, but then you also have like, what is it, Injira, however you say her name, who does glass blowing, you know, and other people are doing math or climate science, microbiology, genetics, birding, diatoms, lots of microscopes. Like, they're just good stuff. Sociology, language, just like a ton. It's so cool. So, it's a good group to mine for things to poke around on Twitch. Oh, I have a big chunk of sinus coming out of here. Yuck. So something else that I'm trying to do, you know, now that I have the time to actually, you know, do the research and whatever, I do not have a biology background. My official education background is English. And everything else has been, I think self-taught is kind of the wrong term, but it's been unofficially taught, I guess. And something I really want to get better at is knowing the names of bone structures. So, like, what is this big opening where this giant muscular structure goes through? I don't know the name of it. It's a foramina, or foramen, but which one? It probably has a very specific name because it's kind of a major feature, so that's something that I'm still trying to get better at. Because I honestly came at specimen prep more from the art side originally, where I'm just good at the physical stuff. I am fairly detail-oriented and good at delicate work. And so I'm trying to kind of build backwards and be like, okay, I'm doing all this delicate work on this thingy. What is this thingy? And kind of going from that direction. Luckily, I tend to hang around with awesome people who can answer my questions. And then I try to bring the stuff that I learned out to everybody else. Okay, I think I've got about as much of that structure as I'm gonna get out without just ruining it. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's been so much conversation while I've been focusing on that. Okay. Gem cutting. Yeah, no, there's glass blowing on Twitch. There's an logo. Ooh, an animated flag. Okay. Ooh, Japanese printmaking. No, I haven't seen that one yet. Oh, okay. I like the fact that there's an emote. That's fun. Um, Therian, thanks for getting on that link. All right. Shirna, yeah, yeah. Shirna's great, and she does like little cute things. But yeah, there's a bunch of other ones. There's blacksmiths. People actually have full forges and are hammering freaking iron on Twitch. Yeah, yeah. People are out birding. They've got whole apparatus. They can walk along the beach and do all sorts of stuff on the beach. That does not necessarily involve hot tubs. It's great. There's a lot of tissue around this ear. Sorry, one sec. So, how well? You can kind of see. So here's the there's the hole where the ear attached, and this whole bulb thing is the auditory meatus, and it's this really fragile, big hollow area, you know, the inside of your ear. But there's a lot of tissue in it because it's a dang ear, and so there's actually like skin on the inside of your head and stuff. So you gotta both tug that tissue off, but not just totally ruin the whole structure. Which I maybe have done a couple times. I worked as an iron smelter, and it's not fun. I stopped watching some blacksmith midstream because of the horrifying home setups. Yeah, some of them are a little scary. That's pretty funny. Uh, Perry, if I may ask, what is your original language? Because, various other languages have popped up on here, most notably Spanish, Portuguese, and German. And we talked about Icelandic. I think there was only one person on stream who actually, or on my chat, or Faharis, if you're around. I think Faharis is the only person who speaks Icelandic, who hangs around here, but we do talk about that language because it is rad. And intimidating. Okay. Oh, you're Croatian. My landlord's Croatian. German. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, Faharis, there just aren't many Icelanders. They're, like, at all. Yeah, exactly. It's like, the planet Earth does not contain a lot of Icelanders. And your language is hard. It's kind of pretty, but it's hard. We are everywhere. Croatians, just everywhere, Croatians. Do you have bumped into a few others? Oh, that's cool. Oh, hey, Faharis, there's that per capita again. Auto mechanic, glass art, music, audio electronics hacker, taxidermist, fitness expert, amateur astrophotographer, yeah, KSP players, rock climber, and a bunch of professors and PhDs. Yep. Yeah, you guys win at most things per capita. We ain't stuffy about it. Yeah, and that's one of the nice things. You ain't stuffy about it. there's a good piece. So these rat skulls, again, since I'm not working for a museum at the moment, these various projects are for me. So the end results are just mine to do with as I please. And so with these skulls, for the most part, I'm just cleaning them for the heck of it. And something I have been doing is gluing rhinestones all over them and seeing what that's like. So the rat skulls have actually turned out to be pretty good size for that. So that has nothing to do with research, it's just silly. But, you know, doing art with all these specimens that I have and things like that is kind of fun, while I'm trying to figure out where my next big official career move. Twitch is nice, but I really don't think, especially given recent stuff, that I'm ever going to be like a partner who can just work exclusively on Twitch. Gotta keep my options open. In every country I worked visited, 40 plus, I have met at least one Croatian. Maybe that just means Croatians are all fleeing Croatia. Yeah, maybe a lot of immigration after the war. After World War II more than the 90s. That makes sense. Yeah, my landlord actually came to the US because he's absurdly tall. He's, I'm forgetting now, like 6'11" or something like that. He's just this massive human being. And so he came to the US to play basketball in college, and then ended up staying because he got a lucrative job. But he and his wife actually spent most of the last year with their kids staying with family in Russia, I think. Like, her family was mostly in Russia, so they basically had access to a house with a yard as opposed to being here where the kids were kind of stuck inside. But yeah, so the Croatian that lives here is not only Croatian, he's a massive Croatian. More than 2/3 of Croatians fled from Croatia in the 40s. Oh wow, okay. Oh, Meganura trying to bring it around. How many Croatians are there in Iceland? And the answer, of course, is some. But now we gotta know the actuals. Mention blacksmithing. Burroughs Forge does that, and beekeeping, and beer mead brewing, and wine making, and falconry, and pretty much anything else that catches his interest. Yeah, Burroughs Forge is all over the place. And he's a professional videographer, photographer. Yeah, that dude has a lot going on. Although apparently he doesn't have a bird right now for falconry. I think I heard something about that. So that's kind of on hold. Which is too bad, because I was super interested in that. I know only the tiniest bit about falconry. That was kind of a incidental side thing that we learned about when I was learning how to handle birds of prey. And I was really hoping to see more of that on his stream, but from what I've heard, that seems to be on hold. In Iceland, I met with a family from my town. Oh, wait, in Ireland, I met with a family from my own town. I heard them in a cafe, and they had me come over for dinner. Aw, that's fantastic. I'm checking out for today. Alright, well, Sarian, thank you so much for finding us. I'm on every Saturday this time, and then during the week, oh wow, there's a big old chunko. I'm earlier in the day. So early in the week, I'm more like 1 to 5 Central Standard Time. So I hope to catch you again. Hey, one of the year we added him to the list, but apparently some states limit how long you can keep a bird. Yeah, there's very specific falconry laws. So It's a very interesting practice. So the little bits I've looked into it, I'm just like, whoa, that's a lot. It's a lot of cool. But... So the only birds that I've worked with directly are rehab birds. Which, of course, the whole point is they're not going back out. Okay. So I'm going to say that that one is done. So, and then for comparison, so it's not... Let's see if the camera will... Okay. So this one is done, this one is not. And so you can see there's some staining, there's just some kind of like stuff, whereas this one just looks a little sharper. And so it's detail work at this point. So again, this one is clean, this one just has a little bit more to go. But, you know, I say it's clean and then I see a big old goober. One problem with doing this is everything turns white, so I'm removing white residue from a white skull. Which is, you know, slightly challenging. Alright, it's gonna stop. So I'm gonna stop and put that down. If I don't look at it, I won't take more stuff off of it. There are 2 watchmakers? I knew about Mr. Orologist. And jewelry gem cutters. Yeah, but dueling Orologists, I did not know that. Perry, do you need a photo retoucher with 20 plus years of experience? Everybody needs a photo retoucher with 20 plus years of experience. Are you freaking kidding? And do you stream on Twitch? That's the next question. Not dueling, no competition. Sure. You don't stream, you don't really want to. Fair enough. A lot of super cool people that I end up talking to on here have experience in all these like nifty freaking things and definitely don't want to stream because you gotta be willing to do that specific thing, and it's not a specific thing a lot of people want to do. So, no pressure, no worries. If you ever do want to share any of your photos, though, you can feel free to put them on my Discord. I have an area where people could show off their work. Hey, Belmont Van Helsing, how's it going? Good to see you. Chronoglide, the Dutch watchmaker that runs a school for the art. I had no idea. Yeah, I'm almost done. So this skull I'm working on, and then I just finished this one, and this one. So this is a little mouse. I got those guys, and in here is a horrible shattered squirrel skull that I just cleaned. So yeah, it's been a good night. How are you doing? Man, I do not have enough hydrogen peroxide in there. P.S. I need to hit the pharmacy tomorrow anyway, so I'll get to that. Yeah, today I fully skinned a squirrel. I've got it skinned in a vat of salt back there now. And the head's over there, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. Aha! There, I got a bunch of the stuff off the inside of the ear. Without, as far as I can tell, ruining the entire structure. Hey! Doing my best here. Here we go, that's another good piece. Tasty squirrel. Yeah. Chronoglide does a lot of very unique antiques, one-of-a-kind museum pieces. Wow. Oh, Belmont, thank you very much. Yeah, this is one layer of this nail polish too. It's absurd. I actually posted the link to this nail polish company on my Discord because I've been really impressed with it. Like, I don't own this. This is my sister's. And I was like, can I have some of that? So sometimes you find the cool things. Can't share my work. Work for a marketing company that does advertising for the big ass companies. Right, fair enough. Well, if you do any silly side stuff, you're welcome to share that, but that makes sense. Yeah, please do not break laws or get yourself into trouble. Always preferred. I hope they pay you lots of money. Okay, this whole auditory meatus is really loose on this side, but I feel like I've got some shmoo left, but I might have to just leave it. Not what I want. Like, you can over-prep something. I first learned the concept of over-prepping things in fossil prep, because over-prepping a fossil is heartbreaking when you see it. And yeah, you can totally over-prep fresh specimens too. And there is a time where you do actually want to leave little bits of what feel wrong behind because they actually will hold the whole thing together. Or just the act of taking off all that stuff. You might get it off, but you'll end up destroying the underlying parts at the same time, and it's a bad idea. Boo capitalism. So I don't have a portfolio anymore. They do. Oof. Oh, sorry, Belmont. I don't know what I said that you didn't get. Auditory meatus? Maybe? It's the bump back here. Let's see if it'll... Okay, so there's these two lumps back here, and there's the hole on the side here where the ear attaches, and so that's auditory as ear. And so that's the hole where your ear connects to your brain, basically, and then this whole kind of chamber here is where the sound sort of collects. And so this is the whole structure is called the auditory meatus. I'm really trying to teach myself the bone names because I'm not very good at them, so I'm trying to just practice them in use. So yeah, if I go off on a weird terminology bender, please say something, like you did. That's why I started a barter community in my town. Now has 5,000 barterers. Fascinating! That's a fun, weird side gig. Bring back bartering instead of capitalism. Okay, yeah, and like this zygomatic arch I can tell is loose, and so I want to get a little bit of this tissue off, but if I remove too much, the whole thing will fall off. Yeah, because it's like definitely broken. Nope, there it goes. Okay. Well, I'm going to take this whole thing off so I can get the tissue off, and then I'll just glue this back on later. So that one's off. Zygomatic arches, I really need to have those clean, because especially if I'm gluing grindstones to it, you need the shmoo off. But sometimes they break. And your zygomatic arch is your cheekbone. So if you touch your own face, it's the hard ridge right underneath your eyeball. Practical technology and practical crafts are probably my favorite categories in PKF. Very much cool stuff in there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Perry, I was assuming that's what you meant, but I appreciate the clarification. Bone soup. I mean, bone broth, right? It's very trendy. I actually cook with bones a lot. Hashtag, no one's surprised by this. Actually, I used up the last of my bags of food bones from my freezer over the winter to make broth and stuff, so over the summer I'll end up collecting up a bunch more, and then I'll make a bunch of broth when the weather gets cold again. And it looks horrible. I mean, you throw a bunch of chicken bones and bits in a pot and let it boil forever. It totally looks like witchcraft. Oh. Delicious, really good smelling witchcraft, but you know, I think a fair amount of witchcraft probably does smell really good. Basically picking off gums. Why is every shirt you have red? Oh, thank you. Yeah, so, meh, everything dies. Soup is so much tastier when you cook with the bones and you boil until there's no meat. Yeah. Animal skull fresh. I sometimes make slow cook soup with chicken wings. Yeah. Yeah, I'll usually save, like, all the bones from everything and make weird mixed, you know, whatever's tails and vertebrae and all that. It's always good. I always want the soup in the movie with the mouse with the giant ears. Tale of Despero. I don't think I know that one. So I cannot attest whether your taste is excellent or horrifying. I suppose I can give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, the best broth is usually made out of effectively trash. Whether it's vegetable-based or meat-based. Oh wow, this whole snoot is kind of coming undone here. What's happening to you, buddy? Wow, this is really broken now that I'm looking at this. Speaking of bone chips. I kind of over-soaked this skull, and I think I'm seeing the result of that. Okay, got that reset. Okay, so I should probably stop picking at that part. What else is left here? A little bit on this side. Old school medicine for cold, migraine, and pretty much everything. Yeah, because it's just made of food. So, like, hey man, here's some food. It's full of nutrients. Feed your body. Feel better. Changing my name to broth. Oh, then everybody will love you. Oh wow, yeah, this whole thing was really shattered. What on earth did I do to this rat's face? Quotable quotes on my channel. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop playing with this one because I think I'm just mushing it up worse. Okay, I'm gonna get this one tendril off and then I'm setting it down. I absolutely promise. Come on, just want this one Chunko. Chunko is another technical term. Okay, I think. Nope, I didn't quite get it. Alright, good enough. When in doubt, stop picking at it. Okay. So that one didn't come out quite as well. But the broth that when Peeta got sick in the Hun Grapes looks so good too. I haven't seen the movie, but the description in the book is good. Love you, bitch, you eat you. Can I be stew? Oh, stew and broth hanging out. To be fair, I'm tough and gamey to prepare any other way. Well, I mean, bringing it back around to hot tubs, we can talk about sous vide, right? Alright. Oof, sweaty. Okay, so I'll have to glue that when it's totally dry. I have that little dude, that big one, and that guy's... Oh, wow, there's a big drip of gross. Blech. That ruined lower jaw. Well, that might not come back together. Alright, well, Perry, thank you so much for hanging around. If you see Em as me before I do, please thank her for the recommendation. We'll catch you next time. FMGLE, hi. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, my elbow just popped in a way that was exciting. I guess think of iCarly reboot. Don't know, haven't looked. Ugh. Ugh. Oh no, Mingle? I'm gonna go with Mingle for the moment. Absolutely fantastic question. Please ask me these things. These are all, feeder rats. Well, okay, feeder rats and a feeder mouse. So these were originally farmed and killed to be fed to reptiles and pets. And in this case, oh no, actually no, this one was wild caught. This one someone found dead in their yards. This is a wild caught deer mouse, now that I was remembering that. These two are the feeder rats, and they were specifically freezer burned. They were going to be used by a museum, and they got kind of left in the back of a freezer and were so old and funky, they didn't want to feed them to the reptiles anymore, and they were going to throw them away. And so for these specifically, these I saved for being direct trash. This was found dead in someone's yard. Generally, the things I find are either commodity animals. I will buy like a sheep head at the grocery store down the street or things like that, or incidental death, hit by cars. Like this is the skull fragments from a squirrel that I skinned earlier. This guy was hit by a car, which is why the skull is in frickin' fragments. So, yeah, no, absolutely valid question. Yeah. So, if you have any other questions, let me know. No problem at all. Forbidden squirrel punch. Oh. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. I need more hydrogen peroxide. I can already tell that the reaction slowed down because it's still so red. So this is not going to bleach up correctly because I ran out of hydrogen peroxide. Because I hope to be able to repair it. I really like squirrels, and it would be nice to have a nice skull, but I need more hydrogen peroxide to pull that off. Alright. Okay, well, I think I'm actually wrapping up, because that's all the stuff that I specifically wanted to get done for today. I don't think I have anything else in process. No, so it's just the stuff that's salting. I gotta figure that out next week. So, yeah, let's find someone to raid, and we'll move on from there. And, yeah, Mingle, I don't know if you're still there, but, if you have any other questions, you can also just DM me. Alrighty, who is around? Belmont, you are in a mood. Let's see. Wow, speaking of fishing, Wolfram Custom Rods is currently fishing after dark. I'm kind of tempted to go over there. Oh shoot, yeah, no, let's go over there. Ooh, an Aussie guitar maker. Okay, just check we're not crazy. Sure, that's fair. Still weird, but not that weird. Each one, do what you like. There are people going for fun, which is worse, lol, but yeah. If you like doing this, still, but please never kill them, only for fun. Oh no, my background actually is as a museum preservator, and so I actually learned to do this to create research specimens for the museums. So I worked for the Chicago Academy of Sciences, and I volunteered at the Field Museum of Natural History. And so, yeah, absolute museum nerd right here. And so, yeah, my focus is on research and conservation. I got gifted a sub for the guitar maker for spending 30 seconds after the raid. Nice. So, you know, valid questions, and I think stuff like that's really important. If people cannot or don't want to tell you where their specimens are coming from, that's not a good sign. Or have a good justification for it. So, yeah, the stuff I do is based in science, and I talk a lot about the laws to make sure people know that they can't just pick up anything or have anything in their possession. A lot of it's protected by law. I'm based in the United States, so my knowledge is United States based, but, you know, that happens to the rest of the world too. So, no, asking questions is really important because we don't want people to be taking the animals for granted or potentially causing harm through collecting the specimens or how they're taking care of them. So, yeah, legit. All right. Yeah, we're totally doing Wolfram. Wow. And there's a recommended channel. It's a hot tub stream that's showing right now, and it's horrible. We're not going there. Oh, hot tub streams. Let's see. Raid. I'm gonna go check out the guitar guy that you guys were talking about, but I'm gonna go to this one first. Amaranth does smell a little bit. Let's see. Some custom rods. Okay, Uncle Bill. Yeah, I'm waiting for you to finish typing. Mingle, I'm thinking about improve my knowledge of biology, so yeah. It's collected live. Pardon me. Collected live to watch. Sorry for your shit English and Brazilian. Oh, you're 13. No, your English is fine, you're doing fine. Yeah, you have to, there's a certain amount of, if you're studying biology, you will be coming across dead animals, you need them to learn. Yes, I do follow Marine Mammal Rescue. So, yeah, stuff like that, you have to find where you're comfortable. And so even in my lab, I had volunteers who were vegan and were not comfortable with working with freshly dead specimens. And so their job was usually to clean or repair older things. They felt more comfortable in that spot. So even though they supported the other work, they didn't want to directly do it. It's alright, find your comfort. You know, do what makes sense for you. Okay, so Fmingle, I'm going to now go raid another channel. If you have any other questions, if you use Discord, you're welcome to ask questions on my Discord. So if we can have one last exclamation point Discord, and then I am going to get us over to Wolfram Custom Rods to watch somebody fish in the middle of the night. Hannibal would be a good animal preserver. Asteroid Day is live all month. Mostly recorded content. Important, but not as cool. I'm gonna be straight on that one. All right. Boom. All right. So we're going over to Wolfram Custom Rods. So if you're interested in watching a person fish in the dark, that's what we're doing now. We're fishing in the dark. It's night. Belmont, you're ridiculous. Bring that energy over to the fishing stream. Probably gonna sleep soon. It's 1 a.m. here. Yeah. I'm only a couple time zones away from you, but yeah. I am online also during the day. But if you go to my if you chat, you can find me later. And I do have at least one other person who is from Brazil who is on here a lot, so they could help you potentially with English if you need it. All right. So everybody, I am out for the night. Thank you for all of your good ideas tonight with trying to figure out how to do this. I'm going to set up a different setup for next week. We'll see how that goes. I'm pretty happy with how all this went. And so everybody take care, be nice to each other, stay healthy, all that important stuff. And I will see everybody next time.
Yeah, just have it ready. We're just about there. I think we're past our prime time. We gave it the college try, for sure. Because if this was going to happen, it would have happened by now. Or it's going to happen at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Pretty dark for me. Yeah. So we caught a flat in the middle of the day. Well, that's one warning sign for me. Oh my goodness. Who are you? Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. I hope you had an awesome stream and you're doing cool things. Taxidermy? Are you serious? That's awesome. I need to drop a follow. I can't really do it. Are you seriously doing taxidermy? That's pretty cool. Yo, the hype is real tonight. That was like our 7th or 8th raid. For real. If not more. Because we've been live for... Beaver!
He wants to shake hands.
That beaver wants to hang out with you guys. What do you think? The chests. Yeah, we don't touch our chests. They're full of fish. Beavers. Yes, that legit. You guys hear that smack? That was a beaver. He's mad that we're hanging out here.
We're in his home.
Skinning squirrels tonight. Just to see. Yo, heck yeah. We're doing our best night fishing. We've been hitting it all day though. Like it's kind of long. We've been getting after it. But that's awesome. I'll go back and find you and make sure I drop a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. But unfortunately, we're getting to be about that time. Yo, what's up, Soggy? Intern, can we get that going? Tough guy. Catch a gator? We don't got gators. We're in Minnesota. It gets cold